Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentation. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in, so let's get rolling. All right, folks, well, jumping right into the good stuff here, because today we are talking about best practice series, crafting and implementing a data protection strategy and disaster recovery plan. Now, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm with Actual Tech Media, and I am beyond excited to be your moderator for this event. And let me tell you why. Because, well, just look at what we're here to talk about today. I mean, first up, I have to start with the fact that I absolutely love talking best practices, just as a general theory. I find that it's the absolute best part of gathering together with a community of tech folks like we have here with us today, both out in the audience with all of you and in our lineup of expert speakers. You know, we get to learn from one another, right? We get to share things that maybe have worked or things that haven't worked, lessons we've learned, and we get to help one another avoid some of those common pitfalls by sharing those best practices. And the second part of why I'm excited about today, I've said this before, but I find data protection and disaster recovery endlessly interesting. I think it's because all of the questions around security and recovery are such a fascinating blend of technology and psychology. You know, the best solutions and approaches are involving a discussion about the intersections between training and psychology, philosophy, change management, as well as tools and workflows and processes. You know, you get these strategic approaches that are more than just one thing. So all the best things here together in one place. We're talking best practices. We're collaborating as a community. We're digging into the psychology, the tools, the training, the people, the solutions, everything all in one place. And we are not alone in our exploration today, because we will be led through this layered and fascinating conversation by some of the industry's top experts and leaders from TierPoint and Zerto, Synology, Veeam, Rubrik, Metallic, a Commvault Venture, Recovery Point, Pure Storage, Haiku, Cohesity, and Vast Data. Now that is an all-star lineup, right? I cannot wait to jump in. So I'm going to tell you a few more quick things about our day today, and then we will get rolling. All right, we've already covered a lot of this stuff, so we're going to scroll on past that. Oh, there we are. Okay, so again, my name is Jess Steinbach. I am your moderator today, along with my fellow moderator, Scott Becker, who's going to be popping in and out throughout the day today. And who doesn't love a Scott Becker pop-by, right? Plus, our friend and fellow moderator, Keith Ward, will be with us on live chat. So you get the whole moderator crew today, the mod squad, as I like to say. All right, and I said I would give you a little bit more information on the prizes, so here we are. Today on the MegaCast, if you are here live and present with us, you could win one of 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s plus a $300 Amazon gift card that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. Now, I mentioned this a little bit earlier in that housekeeping chat, but you can find the full T's and C's linked for you in the handouts tab if you do have any questions about that. All right, well, that was it. That was all we needed to cover, and now we can jump into the good stuff here. I am so excited to introduce our keynote speaker and a familiar expert around here, especially when we're talking recovery and protection, ransomware, all that fun stuff. So here to convince you that if you liked it, you should have backed it up, is the one and only Melissa Palmer, technology analyst, VMware, certified design expert, and all-around fascinating human. Melissa, thank you so much for being here to kick off the MegaCast today. I can't wait to hear what you have in store for us this morning, so I will hand things over to you. Take it away, Melissa.
Thank you so much, Actual Tech Media team. Today, I'm so excited to join you to talk about some of my favorite topics: crafting and implementing a data protection strategy and a disaster recovery plan. Now, here's the thing. These are 2 areas that are traditionally ignored by many organizations. I can't count the number of times that a virtual machine would miss a backup and no one really blinked twice or didn't really care. Unfortunately, the landscape has changed in the last couple of years with ransomware. Ransomware is an ever-increasing threat, and data protection and disaster recovery are paramount to making sure that we're ready for a ransomware attack. Now, a ransomware attack isn't if it happens, it's more like when it happens. And it's not so much, are we ready for a ransomware attack, but are we ready to recover from a ransomware attack? Now, this is where we need to start talking about data protection and disaster recovery, because the truth is these two are really, really connected, and a lot of organizations haven't realized that in the past. Now, let's start with data protection. My favorite thing to say is if you liked it, you should have backed it up. We can't recover something that has never been protected. So the first thing that every organization needs to do is get a baseline level of protection for all of their servers, all of their assets, all of their data. I mean everything, right? I mean data you have floating over here, your end user devices, your virtual servers, your physical servers if you still have them. Everything needs to be protected because anything running an operating system can be ransomed. So after we get that base level of protection in place, which of course is no easy feat, then we have to meet our recovery objectives. We have to meet our RPOs. That's the recovery point objective, or basically how much data can we lose. And our RTOs, recovery time objective, which is how long does it take us to recover. We need to be able to meet those numbers, and those numbers come from the business, right? Usually there's a dollar amount tied to downtime, and an organization might say, okay, our application needs a 30-minute RPO and a 30-minute RTO because it's so super critical. We can't lose more than 30 minutes of data, and we can't take longer than 30 minutes to recover, right? And that's where we start talking about disaster recovery and data protection, because based on our recovery objectives, that's how we're going to protect our data. So for example, let's use our 30-minute RPO, RTO example here. I can't really send my backups to tape and expect to be able to recover a terabyte VM in 30 minutes, right? That's not going to work. So once we have those business objectives, those recovery objectives, then we can dive deeper and make sure that we have our data protection architected correctly to meet our recovery objectives. That's super, super important. Now we start talking about disaster recovery, which is way more than just restoring from a backup, right? I can restore from backup all day and all night, but when a ransomware attack happens and the CEO is like over my shoulder yelling at me, I don't want to be sitting there recovering VMs manually. No one wants to do that. So the truth is our disaster recovery plan has a lot more information, right? It's going to talk about our applications and services, and it's going to test if they're going to work as expected after we recover them as well. So it's more than just restoring from backup. It's taking a look at our whole environment, our whole application, and making sure it's going to work like we think it will. So how do we do this? Automation is key because we need to be updating those DR plans and testing them very, very frequently. If I've just added 10 more VMs to a critical application and I never added them to my DR plan and I have an event, we're going to have a problem. So we need to make sure that we're updating those documents automatically would be ideal and recovering them automatically. As an administrator, I just want to go in and press that big red button that says recover my application and let the wonderful technology take care of the rest for me. And testing is something that should be done so frequently, but we need to be doing real world disaster recovery tests, not kind of the clipboard ones that I used to do at the beginning of my career where we would take a clipboard, we would kind of recover a server and we would say, it's good enough, we passed our test, I'll see everybody in a year. No, we want to take this opportunity to really, really test our recovery because if we fail, that's okay. We just have time to fix it before disaster strikes. So we want to make sure that we're updating and testing those disaster recovery plans. Now, let's recap this real quick. We have two areas of our environments that are traditionally ignored, right? We need to get working on this yesterday. We need to be able to focus on protecting our data and then disaster recovery plans to recover it at the application and even data center level, right? We want everything to be automated, simple, as seamless and possible. Now, today we're going to hear from a number of companies with cutting edge technologies that can help you meet these objectives no matter what your requirements are, right? Because every environment is unique. From more traditional deployments that might be, on-prem VMware based to cloud services, protecting those, or even using something like disaster recovery as a service to help us get protected and ready to recover at a moment's notice. We're going to hear from all these wonderful partners, and we're going to be able to learn enough to craft the perfect data protection and disaster recovery plan for our environment. This is going to be a great event, so stay tuned and let's get ready. Thanks so much, Actual Tech Media team. Back to you.
I love that point. First of all, I have to agree. I saw a few high fives for Melissa and her title on this keynote address. But I love that point she made at the end, that every environment is unique, and you do really need to be thinking about your unique environment. And to that end, we have a question for you here. So when you're thinking about making some of the changes and the updates that we're going to be talking about today, what is the timeline that you have in mind for your unique environment? So are you thinking a little bit more shorter term? Are you thinking a little bit more longer term? Again, no wrong answers here. This is just kind of helping us understand where you're at in your journey so that we can make sure that we're getting you the information that you need. You know, is there some urgency, or are you a little bit more in that planning phase? So do take a second now and click on that poll. I'm going to give you another few seconds, and done. Okay. Well, we are going to keep things moving right along because it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to our first two expert presenters here on the MegaCast today. And we are definitely starting out on a high note because to kick things off, as you can see, we will be chatting with Ryan Collins, Director of Professional Services at TierPoint, and Mike Nassas, Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Ryan and Mike, thank you both so much for being here with us today, especially for teaming up to bring us this presentation. And I know we're going to do some Q&A in a little bit. I absolutely love this partnership. I can't wait to hear more. So I'm going to hand things over to you guys. Ryan, I think you're kicking things off for us today. So I'll hand the mic on over to you. Take it away, Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. This is Ryan Collins, Director of Professional Services at TierPoint, and I'm joined by Michael Nassas, Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Together, we're going to run you through how both TierPoint and Zerto can assist in crafting and implementing a DR strategy and recovery plan. I'm first going to start off by giving you a quick overview of TierPoint, discuss our business continuity consulting practice, and then I'm going to turn it over to Michael to discuss Zerto as a DR solution. A little bit about TierPoint, who we are and what we do. We're the industry's leading hybrid IT service provider with one of the nation's largest data center footprints, with over 40 locations across the US that are all interconnected with our own fiber network with speeds up to 100 gigabits per second, and have cloud on-ramps to all the major public cloud providers that are all available in any of our data centers. With this footprint of data centers across the US and connectivity options, TierPoint is well positioned to provide disaster recovery solutions that meet even the most challenging requirements. Here we have a high-level overview of TierPoint's catalog of services. As you can see, we have a wide variety of services to help our clients with their IT and business needs. TierPoint offers customized cloud solutions using our multi-tenant cloud, hosted private cloud solutions with dedicated hardware, and public cloud services within AWS and Azure. We offer managed services for our customers running IBM Power Systems and mainframes. We provide managed application services for M365, SQL, Active Directory, virtual desktops, and SAP. We provide a full suite of security services that can be wrapped around any of our managed services. And of course, we provide industry-leading disaster recovery services and a full-service consulting team that provides support across our portfolio. I'm going to talk a little bit about TierPoint's business continuity consulting practice and how we help to ensure our customers have a solid business continuity plan in place and make sure that they're able to maintain normal operations in case of any DR event. How we go about building a DR solution that fits the needs of our customers, and how we can protect their most critical digital assets with Zerto. Our consulting practice focuses on these 5 activities. Most of our discovery and analysis work as consultants is done during the business impact analysis, during the business risk assessment, and during the disaster recovery assessment. We then help our customers develop custom business continuity strategies and build programs for the ongoing maintenance and testing of their DR plans. Whether our customers are doing annual updates to their business continuity plan or starting from scratch, we have the ability to build custom consulting project proposals that meet their needs. I'm going to touch on each of these 5 consulting areas now. The business impact analysis is the first thing that we want to make sure is in place. During this analysis, we identify what the most critical systems are, and we try to apply a quantitative method to ranking these. We will typically use loss of service calculations to understand how losing one system might impact the company financially. The idea is to develop a good way to rank each of these systems based on criticality, identify what their maximum allowable downtime is before their loss impacts the company's revenue, and then define recovery objectives, the RTOs and the RPOs. Another item that we try to capture during the BIA is from a dependency standpoint. We like to identify what resources, both internal and external to the organization, are required to keep those critical systems running in case of an event. This could be facilities, this could be vendors, different technologies, communications, or even personnel required. During the risk assessment, we essentially identify all of the risks to your business that can adversely affect operational resources or the public image of your business. During this process, we rank each of the identified risks based on the probability of them occurring and the severity of impact each might have. We'll also categorize each of the risks by type, including categories like natural disasters, cybersecurity incidents, technological exposures, human acts, or operational and support models. We spend time to evaluate the existing controls that are in place, evaluate the effectiveness of those controls, identify where there are gaps, and make recommendations for managing those risks moving forward. The goal is to develop a risk management plan, enabling our customers to determine the most effective use of resources to reduce potential impact and how risk can be addressed with the right business continuity strategy. During the DR assessment, we do an in-depth review of your IT infrastructure and application architecture. The goal here is to get a deeper understanding of your current IT environment, your current recovery processes, and any challenges you might have. We do this not only with automated discovery and data collection tools, but we also do this with questionnaires and just manual efforts by our consulting team. The assessment will help us reveal what you have in terms of IT assets, where they're located, all of the interdependencies, and any issues that we might uncover. We'll analyze any gaps in current DR recovery solutions. We'll evaluate application dependencies, and we'll line up disaster recovery groups with overall recovery objectives, review capacity requirements and network bandwidth requirements for data replication, and then document any issues that might cause problems during a DR test or potentially a live failover event. Once we've completed the BIA, the risk assessment, and the DR assessment, we will review available continuity strategies and make recommendations on those that fit the needs of the business, both in terms of implementation costs, ability to meet recovery objectives, and ease of ongoing management and maintenance. TierPoint assists our customers in designing a custom DR solution, selecting technologies, developing testing strategies, and establishing the processes and plans to manage the business continuity program moving forward. It's important to also identify the people responsible for maintaining that continuity program. This could include steering committees and technical experts needed to execute a recovery plan. Once the disaster recovery procedural playbook has been created, it's important to test it on a regular basis. Testing a DR plan helps to identify gaps in recovery procedures, helps to remove risk, and improves overall organizational preparedness. Our consulting team offers tabletop training sessions where we run through hypothetical DR events as well as live failover testing with Zerto. After any DR test, we document gaps in the recovery procedures, any lessons learned along the way, and assign recovery preparedness scorecards to evaluate the accuracy of the recovery plan. I know that was a pretty quick overview, but if you'd like to learn more about any of these consulting services or want to discuss ways to build a better business continuity plan, feel free to reach out and schedule time to discuss your needs with the TierPoint Professional Services team. I'm now going to hand it off to Michael Nassis to discuss Zerto as a DR solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. So I wanted to shift gears a little bit and talk to you guys about a topic that's probably been on everybody's mind at some point, and that topic is, of course, ransomware, right? Some of the statistics around the prevalence and the increasing prevalence really of ransomware are actually pretty jarring. So last year, over 60% of disaster recovery responses were triggered by a ransomware incident. And not only that, it also took an average of 3 full weeks to recover from those attacks. So this continued and unfortunately growing threat of ransomware has really become a priority for all organizations that we speak to. Unfortunately, it's no longer a niche threat, and it's really become part of the larger picture related to disruptions. By 2031, so in 7-8 years, ransomware is actually expected to attack a business, consumer, or device every 2 seconds. So it's really become this huge challenge, and it's only going to get worse. But of course, as everybody knows, there are some things that you can do to combat ransomware, right? When it comes to recovery, you do have the option of a few different things. You have, first and foremost, daily backups, right? While there's certainly a time and place for backup solutions, when you're talking about mission critical applications and having to deal with RPOs or recovery point objectives of an entire day, potentially, or RTOs, recovery time objectives of several hours, the business impacts of being down that long are really just too high to just rely solely on backup solutions to mitigate a ransomware attack or any other type of disruption, right? The average cost of downtime can be upwards of $250,000 per hour, which would give you an $8 million impact if you're down for just 8 hours. So that's probably not acceptable to most organizations. From there, when you look at the next item on the list, you do have something like storage replication, which is going to give you significantly lower RPOs and RTOs than daily backups, but they're still going to be measured in hours, right? Again, probably not acceptable to be down for 4 hours for most businesses, especially in today's world. So what you're probably going to want instead is more of a tried and true disaster recovery solution like Zerto. We can actually get those SLAs down significantly, where you're looking at RPOs of seconds and RTOs of minutes. And you're able to pick a checkpoint that's just 5 or 10 seconds before the attack or the incident, and then roll back all within a mere minutes to pick up right where you left off on. So it's important to keep in mind, of course, that these single-digit RPOs have these huge real-world implications. And when they're measured in hours, every single outage ends up costing really much more than it has to. So from a potential $8 million impact with your traditional backup solution to about $42,000 with Zerto. So I probably don't have to say too much more than that. Now, you might be asking yourself, how is Zerto able to achieve these super low RPOs and RTOs? Well, first and foremost, it's with our technology, right? Our key differentiators that we bring to the table compared to everybody else in the market. First is really our best in breed hypervisor-based replication that is not only native, but also agentless to really ensure that continuous data protection for your business. Second is the unique journaling technology that ensures you can recover and resume from any point in time, from seconds to a year. Third, we ensure that your applications are moved or even recovered as one single cohesive entity. So it's all about that application consistency. And of course, when we talk about cloud mobility, Zerto really brings that scale out architecture that's built for the enterprise. And lastly, what product would be worth its salt if it wasn't simple? Simplicity is really at the core of everything that we do at Zerto, including simplicity of deployment, ease of use, as well as built-in orchestration and analytics. Now, the continuous data protection, or CDP, that I mentioned in the previous slide, that's really made possible with our block level replication. This is near synchronous replication, which gives you the best of both worlds. It's less costly than synchronous replication, and it also doesn't give you that performance impact like asynchronous replication with snapshots does. And because we sit at the hypervisor level and we're also a software only solution, we can really be truly hardware and storage agnostic. So you're able to simply set it up, replicate, and it stays always on to really keep you continuously or always protected. Now, part of what makes this CDP, or continuous data protection, so powerful is the unique journaling capabilities that we have. We're able to deliver these industry-leading RPOs of seconds and RTOs of minutes because partly to do with our journal, which tracks every single change made in your application or on your server, and it logs these as checkpoints every 5 or 10 seconds. So let's say you get hit with a ransomware attack, for example, at 10 a.m. on the dot. It's actually very easy to roll back to 9:59 and 55 seconds and completely mitigate that infection. And what's more, when you're looking to recover some of these complex apps, you really need to be able to protect your VMs as one cohesive unit. So that way you avoid that inconsistent recovery of applications where each VM is being restored to a separate or different point in time. Our approach, we are able to protect and recover at a granular level in the same state you left off on for all of your apps, which of course saves a ton of resources when you're trying to reduce the amount of time dedicated to recovery. Now, one of the ways in which Zerto's orchestration and automation really comes alive is with failover testing. Our customers are dramatically reducing the time it takes to do testing, as well as the complexity involved, which enables them to test often and test comprehensively. Our solution actually delivers non-disruptive testing and the ability to do it anytime, even during business hours, without any impact to your environment. Zerto customers actually perform a combined 18,000 tests per month with an average RTO of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. So pretty staggering numbers. Well, let's take a look at a real life use case of Zerto in action during a ransomware attack, right? So Tenkata is one of our customers. They manufacture protective fabric for firefighters, military personnel, and other demanding occupations. Before Zerto, they were using antiquated backup tapes and disks as the recovery solution. They got hit with a ransomware attack and they faced 12 hours of data loss and 2 weeks of recovery time. Their services are far too critical to be down that long, and the impact on their revenue was significant. They shifted their strategy to Zerto and our continuous data protection, and instead of using the backup tape. They were subsequently hit with another ransomware attack, but this time they went from facing 12 hours of data loss to only 10 seconds. And instead of taking 2 weeks to recover, they now took 10 minutes. So think about that, from weeks of recovery to minutes, and from hours of data loss to just seconds. Now, when it comes down to it, our differentiators are really pretty simple, and you got a glimpse of them with our previous use case on our previous slide. We really get your business back up and running in minutes with only seconds of data loss, all with the flexibility to be able to test when you'd like without disruption, even during business hours. But before I leave you all today, I wanted to mention one other thing. We'd love to have you join us for the launch of our newest and most innovative version of Zerto yet, Zerto 10. Building on our already best-in-class data protection capabilities, Zerto 10 will deliver features like real-time ransomware detection to be able to pinpoint and mitigate the earliest stages of a ransomware attack. Plus, we'll have a guest speaker, renowned and convicted computer hacker Kevin Mitnick on. Mitnick was an elusive cyber criminal known for hacking into over 40 major corporations. And after his apprehension in 1995 and after a few years of prison time, he began a career as an expert white hat penetration tester and is now a renowned security speaker and the head of his own security consulting firm, as well as a best-selling author. So we would love to have you join us for this event to learn about Zerto 10, as well as Kevin's thoughts on the landscape of cybersecurity in general. So please scan the QR code with your phone now and register for the event. Thanks everyone for your time, and I hope you found this presentation insightful.
Oh, well, thank you guys. Honestly, both Mike and Ryan, what a great presentation. So many great takeaways for everyone out there. And it's funny, I was seeing questions come in and then you guys were immediately answering it. So you were getting the things before people even knew they needed to know that. I do want to dig into some of these audience questions here, but before we do, I just want to point out to everyone out there that we have a poll up on the screen, and what we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the TierPoint Zerto solution. So obviously, Mike and Ryan are just kind of scratching the surface here. There's lots more to learn, and there's lots of great ways to get that information, demos, white papers, discussions. So whatever it is that kind of works best for you and where you're at, make sure you click on that poll and let the team know how they can follow up with you. While you guys are doing that, Ryan, Mike, should we dig into some of the questions here?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I want to start with this one because I think it's a really good one, and it is probably one that there's a lot of confusion about. Can you tell us what is the difference between a business continuity plan and a disaster recovery plan, and what is kind of the most important thing to be thinking about in particular a disaster recovery plan? What's like a key element that they should be thinking about?
Yeah, sure, and I can take that one. This is Ryan. So I would say the main focus is, the main difference. A business continuity plan really focuses on the overall business, right? So keeping business, the entire business operational during a disaster, while a disaster recovery plan, which is a part of the business continuity plan, focuses specifically on restoring the IT infrastructure, all of the different applications, and ensuring that access to the data after a disaster happens.
Okay, yeah, I think that's concise and clear. A follow-up question here: if we are using ranking application, how does interdependent applications, or how are interdependent applications handled?
Yes, I'll take that one again. So. I think that's one of the reasons it's important to run through the exercise of application dependency mapping. And then based on the application dependency mapping, building out those Zerto protection groups and recovery groups based on those dependencies. So when you're recovering an application, you're making sure that you have accounted for everything that application requires in order to run.
Okay. Question here: do you need any hardware to run Zerto?
You don't. No, it's a software only solution. That's part of the beauty of it, actually.
Quick and easy. I like that. Okay, I had a question here, and then I clicked off it, and now I've lost it entirely. There's so many good questions in here. Let's see. We'll go with this one. When VMs get restored, are they all different points in time?
No, they're not. They're actually, because of our app-centric process, we were able to actually restore them all together as one cohesive unit with one point in time. So there's no staggered recovery process or windows or differing windows. So yeah, they're all the same point in time.
Perfect. Okay, I found the question I was curious about. Adam here was wondering about, thinking about the ever-changing landscapes and the need for agility. So, what should people be thinking about as they're looking ahead for and planning, making these disaster recovery plans in terms of keeping up with that need for constant change and evolution and agility?
So I'd say I can take that. So I think the importance of building out an ongoing program for business continuity is important, right? So and building out a regular cadence where you're going through and updating recovery procedures, and you're doing regular tests, and you're going through and documenting any gaps in the recovery processes. So it's a continual process that you're going through and actually making those updates.
Okay. So for anyone out there that is thinking about that continual process, that is making those updates and changes and wants to get a little bit more involved with TierPoint Zerto, what would you recommend as a first step to getting started to learning more?
Ryan, I'll let you handle that one.
Sure. Yeah. So we're happy to schedule time with you to talk about any of your ongoing business continuity needs. You can reach out to your TierPoint account executive, or reach out to TierPoint, and we'll schedule some time to kind of walk through your specific scenarios and build out a customized proposal on how we can help you, whether that be updating your existing plans and identifying gaps there, or whether it be starting from scratch and building out the right solutions and plans.
That's awesome. Mike, Ryan, thank you both so much for being here. Oh, sorry, did you have anything you wanted to add? Yeah.
Yeah, just one more thing real quick. I mentioned our launch event, which is actually happening a week from today. So we'd love to have you. And if for whatever reason you weren't able to get the QR code in time, just message us in the chat here, and I'll send you just a direct link to the registration page. So hope to see you there.
I love that point. And Mike, Ryan, there are a lot of questions in the folder there for you that we did not get to. So if you do have some time to hang out on live chat, that's great. And for anyone out there that did ask a question that doesn't get an answer today, we will make sure that it gets sent to the team. So you will get some follow-ups. Mike, Ryan, again, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right, and if you are looking to get some more information right away, I'm going to highly recommend that you head on over to the Handouts tab, and you can download a fact sheet from TierPoint, Cloud to Cloud Recovery, Disaster Recovery as a Service. I did see a few questions coming in about DRaaS, or Disaster Recovery as a Service, so this is a great sort of starting place, do a little bit of digging, learn about achieving resiliency with disaster recovery automation for those diverse environments. We got a lot of questions coming in about that kind of that agility, that flexibility, the diverse environment. And so this is a really great follow-up to the conversation we just had. So check out that handout. But for now, we've got some more excitement for all of you. That's right. It is time for a prize giveaway. So we're going to start out with a $300 Amazon gift card, our very first $300 Amazon gift card going to someone who is live here and present with us at the MegaCast, and that is Kirk Price of Illinois. Kirk Price of Illinois. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. And don't forget, there's still lots more chances to win. Plus, we have that best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. Even if we don't get to your question, we are looking at all of them after we wrap. So there is still a chance that you will win that prize. All right, well, I am going to move things right along because we have another exciting presentation in the wings for you all. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to our next awesome presenter here on the MegaCast, and this one is going to be a lot of fun. We will be hearing from Eric Lando, Technical Account Manager at Synology. Eric, thank you so much for being here with us on the MegaCast. I know you've got a lot to cover. We're going to take some time for Q&A at the end. So I am going to hand things over to you. Take it away, Eric.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for that introduction. I am excited today to talk to you about protecting your data from the potential disasters and threats that are out there. While Synology can protect data that lives on all different types of systems and services, today we are focusing on protecting your virtual machine data. If you are not familiar with Synology, we design network-attached storage or NAS devices that are scalable to fit your specific needs. Our products range from small 2 and 4 bay NASs that can be deployed in home labs and small businesses up to enterprise-level petabyte solutions. This hardware is unified with our operating system DiskStation Manager, which we often refer to as DSM. This operating system runs on all of our Synology NAS devices, so if you're familiar with our DSM software on a smaller unit and move to a much larger and more scalable unit down the road, you will still feel right at home when you turn it on and begin configuring it to your needs. The main goal is to design and build tools for teams to manage, protect, and do more with their data. One piece of the solution is the Active Backup Suite. This is a collection of applications run on a Synology server and gives you a centralized place to back up data from physical machines, virtual machines, and cloud services. This suite contains Active Backup for Business, Active Backup for Google Workspace, and Active Backup for Office 365. Active Backup Suite works to protect all of your data across all of the services you are utilizing. It doesn't matter if your data lives on virtual machines, physical machines, cloud services, file servers, or even software applications like SharePoint and Oracle. Rest assured that Active Backup has you covered. So let's take a look at a real-world example of how this helps organizations protect their data. Butler University came to us with the task of protecting data on 250 virtual machines and hundreds of physical machines as well. Previously, they took local backups, then copied that data over to LTO tapes that were taken offsite by a third-party vendor. This workflow gave them protection, but was not efficient and became increasingly expensive to scale up. To address their needs, we placed Synology servers on-site to take local backups using Active Backup Suite. From there, we set up a replication task to replicate the local backup repository to an off-site location at their secondary campus using an application called Snapshot Replication. From the unit at the secondary campus, we're using another application, Hyper Backup, to send the replicated data to their Synology C2 cloud storage account. This not only gives them a solid 3-2-1 backup plan, but satisfies the requirements of their cyber insurance plan. One of the driving factors for Butler choosing Synology to protect their data was the recovery options we offer. Let's dive into a few options they have when or if a disaster occurs. Today we will discuss a full restore to VM host, an instant restore to VM host, an instant restore to Synology Virtual Machine Manager, which is our lightweight hypervisor that runs on top of DSM, allowing us to spin up bare metal images directly off the NAS in the case of a disaster. So what does a full restore to the VM host looks like? As you can see here, we have a VM host running with 3 VMs and 1 is down. A full restore will take the backup image that lives on the Synology NAS and transfer it over the network to the VM host. Once the backup image lands on the VM host, that VM will be restored and able to boot up. The time it takes to do a full restore is dependent on the size of the backup image and the connection speed between the NAS and the VM host. If you want to get a machine back online faster, there's another option, Instant Restore. With this option, the host mounts the image via the network and data is kept on the backup server. That means you don't need to wait for the image to be transferred over the network. So let's take a look at what an instant restore to a VM host looks like. So here we are at the main desktop in DSM. I'm able to customize this screen with the applications I use the most. Let's open up Active Backup for Business. When I open up the application, the first window I'm greeted with is an overview page. This page allows me at a glance to see the status of my deployment and monitor and manage the backups I am taking. As you can see, we have 1 PC and Mac that we're protecting, 6 physical servers, and 4 virtual machines. The backup calendar will let me quickly see days where all tasks completed successfully and days where there may have been warnings or failures attached to one of the tasks that day. As you can see here, the gray symbol symbolizes no record for that day. We can see ongoing activities and last backup times on this page as well, but one of my favorite boxes is the storage status box. This will show you how much data you are protecting versus how much space you are taking up on your NAS. It will specifically tell you how that space was saved as well, either through deduplication or compression. As you can see here, we're protecting 772 gigabytes of data, but we're only using 288 gigabytes of storage. Now, clicking on the Virtual Machine tab will allow me to see the current status of connection to the hypervisor. It also lists all machines found on that hypervisor as well. The green checkmark indicates that it's protected. Now let's go over to our VMware environment. Now, as you can see here, we have 4 virtual machines, the 4 virtual machines that are protected in ABB, and then we've got a single data store. And I'd like you to keep a note on that single data store because that number will change. In this scenario, we have a disgruntled employee who has gone into our hypervisor and deleted our very important Active Directory server. So he's gone ahead and deleted that. And now, as you can see, we've got 3 VMs instead of 4, and then we still have our 1 data store. But we need to get that VM up and running. So we need to get back into DSM and see what we can do. So if I manually call back out to the hypervisor, what you're going to see is that it notices that that 1 VM was deleted. So I'm going to go ahead and select that and hit restore. Now I have several restore points to choose from here, but I'm going to go ahead and choose the latest restore point. Then I can choose to restore to VMware vSphere, Microsoft Hyper-V, or Synology Virtual Machine Manager, which we're going to be talking about in just a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and restore back to VMware vSphere. This will allow me to do an instant restore or a full virtual machine restore. Now we're going to do an instant restore because this was in the middle of the production day and we need to get back up and running as soon as possible. And we're going to go ahead and restore to the original location because our original location is fine and active. Then we have a summary of our settings, and then you can see here we're using the free version of VMware, so we do not have the ability to migrate the VM afterwards, and we'll have to do a full restore once production day is over, or we find a better time to do that. And we can choose to power on the VM automatically after restoration. So if I go ahead and hit done, I'm going to try to hop over to my environment quick enough. I almost made it. But as you can see, it's already communicating, it's already mounted that NFS share. And if we go to the virtual machines, we have 4 virtual machines. Our Active Directory has come back and is currently booting up, and we can go about our business. And that's an instant restore back to the VM host. So now that we've seen an instant restore back to the VM host, let's look at another option. As I mentioned previously, Synology offers a lightweight hypervisor solution, allowing the ability to spin up various guest OSs on the NAS. Using Active Backup for Business with Synology Virtual Machine Manager, we can spin up the backup images directly on the Synology NAS, allowing access to those systems quickly if the disaster occurred in the middle of the production day. This is a great option if you didn't have another VM host to target. The Butler team mentioned liking this feature because it allowed them to test and verify a backup image before committing the time to performing a full restore. Let's take a look at what an instant restore to Synology Virtual Machine Manager looks like. Alright, we are back in DSM. Now we already know what it looks like when a disgruntled employee logs into our VMware environment and deletes our Active Directory server. So let's go back to our Synology, open up Active Backup for Business, and take a look at how we can resolve this issue. Now we don't necessarily want to put this VM back on that hypervisor because we don't know if that employee still has access somehow. So to protect ourselves, we're going to spin this up on the Synology NAS. So we select the virtual machine and we hit restore. We're going to select that latest restore point. And then instead of restoring back to VMware vSphere, we're going to select instant restore to Synology Virtual Machine Manager. When we hit next here, it's going to switch to importing a virtual machine. We'll select our storage, and then we'll configure general specifications for the VM. It will let us know the storage size and the default network. Then we'll have more settings that we can adjust based on our needs. Of course, we'll need to assign permission to the virtual machine. And lastly, look at our summary and make sure all of our settings are correct, and we can choose to power on the virtual machine after creation. And go ahead and hit done. And as you can see here, it's opened up Virtual Machine Manager and is importing that VM. It's been imported and now is beginning to start up. And once it has powered on, we can connect to it and our virtual machine is booting up. And that is an instant restore to Virtual Machine Manager. All right, now that we've seen a couple options for recovery, how about our offsite unit? How can we utilize that unit to get back up and running after a disaster? Going back to the Butler example, we protected their virtual machines, and they now have different ways they can restore those machines if a disaster did occur. There was more to our solution though. We also provided them with an offsite unit as an extra layer of protection. So let's go back to that story. Like we mentioned earlier, backups were completed, and now we have a repository on our local NAS. We want to send all of this data to another unit that is far away from this physical location, so we place this at a secondary campus. Using snapshot replication, we can easily replicate the backup repository we created on the local NAS and send it to a remote offsite Synology NAS, giving us minute-level recovery points depending on the schedule and retention that is set up, as well as the ability to completely fail over to the secondary site if the on-site environment is completely compromised or will be offline for some reason. Using this tool allows the school to copy the backups of their systems to a Synology device at the other campus across town to protect their data from any on-site disasters that could occur. If something happens at the main campus, which results both the VM host and backup server going offline, the school can use one of the restoration processes we reviewed earlier to recover the backup image on the Synology server at the second site, which would allow them to get a critical system back up and running basically as quickly as they are able to initiate the procedure. Let's set up an offsite replication task in DSM using snapshot replication. So here we are in DSM again, and we're going to go ahead and open up snapshot replication. Now when I open up this application, it gives me a nice big green check and the word successful at the top, which means that all my replication tasks are successful. If there were any issues with any of my tasks, I would have a warning up here. You also have a summary of the protected data on your device, as well as recently taken snapshots and recently completed replications. Now if I navigate to the replication tab, this is where I would create a new replication task. So I'm going to go ahead and hit create, and then I would read over the message that gives me some notes to consider when creating this task. It'll allow me to choose between local and remote. We're sending this offsite, so we're going to choose remote. And then the next step is entering the server name and or address. And then the username that you use to log in. Now once you're connected, it'll allow you to choose the volume. We only have one volume on this NAS, so volume 1 is good. And then of course choosing the shared folder that you're going to be replicating. In our case, it's going to be this Active Backup for Business VMware 2023 folder. We hit next, and then I can choose the initial replication. Do I need to send it over the network, or do I need to send it using a USB device? Now, it gives me an idea of the initial copy size and the estimated time to finish. 8 minutes is reasonable to me, so that's what we'll do. Now we're going to enable and set our replication schedule. So you can select the days for it to run, the first runtime, and then the frequency. Now with the frequency, you can go below an hour to 30 minutes, 15 minutes, or every 5 minutes. But keep in mind that if you have other IO intensive services running on that NAS, you may see a performance hit. Now the next option is retention policy. Now once that's enabled, you can choose to keep a certain numbers of the latest snapshots, or you can keep all snapshots for a certain amount of days, or you can get even more granular and set the rules for your retention policy here. I have a couple more advanced setting options, like maybe selecting to replicate local snapshots as well during this task, or to use the GMT time zone to name the snapshots. The last page is just giving me a summary of the settings that I've chosen, and now I can hit done once I've confirmed that they are correct.
Sounds good.
And it will begin. The last part of our story is where does the data go after being replicated to the secondary site? Our data is still at somewhat of a risk, so we added another layer of protection for Butler. Using Hyper Backup on DSM, we are able to push that replicated data to public cloud services of their choosing. In the case of Butler University, they chose Synology C2 Storage. This is a cloud storage service run by Synology specifically for our hardware. We have data centers in US, Germany, and most recently Taiwan. It features a pretty simple pricing structure compared to others with no upload or download fees. As a recap, Active Backup Suite gives you the ability to take bare metal images of your physical and virtual machines and allows you to protect your SaaS data as well. This tool includes centralized management for setting up and managing the backups and completing restores. It offers various restoration options to choose from depending on the situation you are facing, and utilizes other applications like Synology Virtual Machine Manager to spin up those bare metal images off the NAS directly if needed. All of this is included with the purchase of hardware. No software licensing is required, and no additional licensing required as well. This means you can continue to scale this solution up to your needs as the organization grows without needing to purchase licenses in the future. No need to pick and choose what data is important. Now you can back up all of your data. Jim from Butler University says, previously we were backing up the minimum amount of data possible. Now we have the capacity to store much more than that. Not only did we find them a more efficient and cost-effective solution, but now they are more protected than ever. If this solution is interesting to you and you would like to learn more about how to apply it to your specific needs, I encourage you to reach out to our team so we can work together to find the correct hardware to run this solution on. We have different performance series to choose from. Our SA, XS, and XS Plus series offer flexible storage options focused on high-performance solutions for small and medium businesses. If ultimate performance is what you are seeking, we have our all-flash FS series giving ultra-high performance for latency-sensitive workloads. And finally, our extremely scalable HD series built for rapid data scaling and optimized for operational efficiency, fantastic for massive amounts of cold storage. Thank you so much for your time, and again, I would encourage anyone interested to reach out to our team to learn more about this solution and everything else we have to offer. Do you have any questions for me?
Oh, wow. Yeah, a giant thank you to you, Eric, for that awesome presentation. We have a ton of great questions coming in already, and I want to get to those in just a moment. We actually have a special guest. Eric, one of your colleagues, is joining us, and we will be chatting with Brandon Foster, Technical Account Manager at Synology. But first, before we bring Brandon out here, I do want to point out that I've put up a poll question for you all, and we would love to get your feedback on any additional resources that you would like to explore from Synology. Again, your feedback is so valuable, and this is such a great way to make your life a little bit easier. Just click on that poll. Let Synology know what information would be helpful for you to have wherever you are in your current research journey. All right, while you guys are doing that, Brandon and I are going to dig into some questions. Brandon, thank you so much for taking some time here today to answer a few of the audience questions that we've got here. You ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay. Well, Brandon, let's dive in with this one here. What methods are available for restoring data and LUN, or logical unit number, backed up?
So that's a really great question. Our software called snapshot replication allows for quick, efficient backups of the LUN state. As well, the snapshots allow for space-efficient and simple to restore point-in-time snapshots. While snapshot replication requires that your file system is formatted as BTRFS for shared folder snapshots and replications, snapshot replication can work with advanced file level LUNs, regardless of whether the underlying file system is ext4 or BTRFS.
All right, thank you for that. Let's try this question here. Brennan, what methods are available to back up a PC server? And can you talk to us a little about how to restore and keeping any versions? Is it possible to keep any versions?
Generally, there are two options to back up a Windows PC or server. Either a full backup, where you can back up all of your system settings and system files, and if you lose the entire system, you'd be able to restore to an entirely new system. Or you can also do a file level backup that keeps the same file folder structure, but there wouldn't be an option for a full restore in that case.
Okay, Brandon, last question for you here, and then I think we'll have to wrap things up. But you had mentioned snapshots. So how are snapshots preventing backup data from becoming encrypted?
That's a really great question, Jess. With our snapshot replication, our snapshots will let you roll back your backup to before it was encrypted. So as we talked about before with our retention policy and the ability to take as many snapshots as you possibly want, this will allow you to determine when those files were encrypted and roll back to a point in time before that encryption occurred, so that you now have access to those files and folders.
All right, well, Brandon, honestly, I wish we could keep going. There are so many more questions that we have not gotten to, but I think we're going to have to leave it there. Before we let you go, though, if somebody wants to get started with the Synology solution, get a little bit more information, what do you suggest? What's their first step?
I would highly recommend that you reach out to us through our website. We have an inquiry system where you can submit an inquiry and we will go ahead and reach out to you to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, awesome. Well, Brandon, again, thank you so much to Eric for coming in and giving us that wonderful presentation, to you for sticking around to answer some questions from the audience. Again, we will get, I know there was a few questions we didn't get to, so we are going to make sure that those get answered on live chat or in follow-up over email. So you will get some answers back from the Synology team. But again, Brandon, thank you so much for being here. It's been such a pleasure chatting with you.
Thank you so much, Jess, for having us. It was a pleasure to be here.
All right, and to everyone out there that asked a question, thank you. Keep those coming. Again, we will get some answers back to you either over live chat or email. And do take a second now to click on that poll. While you're doing that, let me go ahead and give away a prize. We have a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, a quick reminder that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast. But, you know, where else would you want to be, right? All the fun and adventure is here. We've got information, we've got backup, we've got gremlins, we've got it all. So if you are here, now you could also have a $300 Amazon gift card. This next lucky winner, this is going to be Amir Kareem of Washington. Amir Kareem of Washington. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. Now, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. And I do want to remind you that there are a lot more chances to win, plus that best question gift card from each session. I just saw Charles says gremlins are everywhere. I agree. You know, folks, I talk about these tech gremlins so so much that I showed you on a recent webinar, but one of my boss actually bought me a gizmo piece of art that now hangs right next to my desk. So when it gets really bad, I just shake my fist at Gizmo. Although he's the good guy, so I really shouldn't be blaming him for this. But all right, so we are going to keep things rolling and move along with our next presentation. And boy, are we in for a treat. As you can see, I am so excited to introduce you all to our next expert presenter, an awesome human, and that is, of course, Emily Tejas, Global Technologist, Veeam Product Strategy. Emily, I am so excited to have you here with us today. I can't wait to hear more about what's going on at Veeam. So let's get things rolling. Take it away, Emily.
So thank you, Jess. Excited to be here. Like you mentioned earlier, my name is Emily Tejas. I've been with Veeam for 9 years now. So super excited to kind of talk about some best practices and how you can easily get started with Veeam in crafting and implementing a data protection strategy as well as a disaster recovery plan. So let's hop right into the slides. So more than ever, what we're seeing with businesses is that you're facing a complexity when it comes to your IT infrastructure. So some of these numbers that you're going to see here were taken directly from our Veeam Data Protection Trends Report. And up on the top here, you have that QR code. So feel free to scan that with your phone so you could download the full report. But 85% of companies that were surveyed had experienced at least one ransomware attack within the past year. And then we can see that 46% of organizations intend to use cloud services as their DR site, including cloud infrastructure and disaster recovery as a service. And then finally, 28% of companies update their recovery plans more frequently than once a year. So some of these numbers are pretty staggering, right? I mean, if we go into the 85% of ransomware, that's not surprising. I mean, we kind of are seeing it almost daily now. Sadly, of another company, a city, a county that's been hit or has had some type of cyber incident, that has forced them to have some type of outage inside of their environment. So how can we be better prepared for when those cyber threats hit us to ensure that we can get our data and everything back up online as quick as possible? And so what we see is that a lot of customers start to move towards leveraging different cloud services for their DR site, right? So getting out of the having to manage our own hardware and being able to leverage the cloud as a secondary option, which is absolutely great for you to be able to do. But we need to make sure that when we are planning or intending to leverage the cloud, what have we tested? What have we validated to ensure that we are going to have a recovery plan that's going to work best for us? So then going into that 28%, right? So 28% have not updated their recovery plans more frequently than once a year. So that's a pretty staggering number, right? We want to make sure that if we are planning on having any type of outage, that we're constantly keeping those plans up to date to ensure that we're not going to have any accidents in the event of going through a recovery, especially when we're having to deal with like a ransomware incident. So you can easily just start with the basics, right? And that's being prepared, having a great protection strategy, and then testing and validating your recoveries. So let's go into each one of these and how Veeam can help from a prepare, protect, and recover standpoint, leveraging the Veeam data platform. So when we start talking about preparation, it's all about knowing your environment. So most companies don't have either full visibility into their environment and, more importantly, the state of recoverability, right? So maybe we know what our workloads look like, but we haven't tested restores in so long that we don't know how long it's going to take for those services to come online. So these are some items that, I encourage all end users to always be thinking about, right? What are those service level agreements as far as actually talking to the business owners at hand, making sure that they have full business buy-in when you're setting those SLAs? Because the last thing you want to do is assume an SLA and then the standard by the business is something completely different. So having agreed upon service level agreements is definitely going to give you a good starting point as to where your data protection strategies need to be implemented. Application dependencies, right? What type of order of recovery do we need to be able to perform, especially in the event that you have been hit by any type of cyber threat or ransomware. Usually when we start seeing tests for recoveries, maybe we're just testing recoverability of 15% or less of the data. When it comes to a cyber event, you could potentially be having to recover 70% or more of your data. So do you know what the type of application dependencies are when you were to go and do a restore? Do you know how long it might take for certain workloads to boot before another one can come online and those services to be able to connect and talk with each other? So understanding those application dependencies is going to help you to orchestrate and have a better designed recovery plan. So that way, again, we can decrease the amount of accidents that you could potentially have in the event of a recovery scenario. And then finally, resource utilized as well as recovery time objectives. What types of resources are our workloads consuming on a day-to-day basis? From a CPU, from a RAM perspective, data store perspective, and then finally, what is going to be that available recovery time as far as how fast do we need to get business back up and running in order to have the least amount of data loss possible during some type of outage. So we can leverage Veeam One, part of the Veeam data platform, in order to help us be more prepared with our environment. So within Veeam One, we have powerful monitoring that gives us real-time visibility into your virtual environment as well as the backup environment. So we can ensure that we're not missing any backups or any replicas, making sure we're hitting those RPOs for those workloads that are being protected. We have analytics where we can run diagnostics on the health status of the environment. So if we have Veeam One sitting and running for a month and we learn what everything is at a healthy state, we'll start to notice when we start seeing some anomalies. So if there's high CPU utilization, if we have an end user that's doing multiple bad username logon attempts, right? During hours that maybe there shouldn't be anybody trying to have access into the system. Those analytics will help us to be prepared of any potential issues that could cause a type of impact during that disaster recovery event. And then proactive alerts. There's 150 plus alarms that are going to come built into the software, and you can customize those to help you be more prepared. So you can change them based off of how often do you want it to be alerting you. You could change it based off of who you want those alerts to go to. So if we were to look at Veeam One a little bit further, what I want you all to be doing at this point is thinking about that workload assessment. So when you go to install Veeam One or when you go to install any type of visibility tool, think about these items in terms of what that means for that workload, right? So what's going to be the cost for this workload for us if we need to bring it back up online? If we're going to be recovering that to a hybrid cloud environment, how much is that going to cost us to run it in the hybrid cloud? What's the security on that? What's the type of performance that's needed in order for that to run successfully and for our end users to be able to have access? Your resources consumed, is there any complexity or integrations with it? What's the potential impact of it growing, right? So if we start and building this environment inside of the hybrid cloud, now all of a sudden it has grown exponentially, and that's going to cost us a little bit more money, right? Versus if we were to build it on-prem and slowly had it built there, maybe we could have saved some future potential monetary business options there, right? And then you have your business impact. How is this going to impact the business if it were to go down? Again, if there's a certain cost associated to it, what's that cost going to be associated to the business if we no longer have access to it? So when you're doing these workload assessments, you can leverage Veeam One for doing that, right? So we have the monitoring and reporting. So I can see a high-level overview of my infrastructure here. I could see our virtual machines, I can see our host status, I can see our data stores, I can see the most recent summary of any potential alarms or alerts that have gone off. But then if I wanted to dive down further into that, getting those resources, right? What's the CPU that's being utilized from these workloads? What's the RAM look like? Do we have some top virtual machines that are consuming the most? some outliers that we need to be looking at a little bit more heavily? Or do we have end users that have requested us to give them more resources, and then all of a sudden those resources aren't actually being utilized, and we have an oversized workload sitting in the environment with just those resources allocated to it that we could have used somewhere else, right? So being able to make sure that the environment is right-sized based off of the use case. And then that follows up with storage. What does the actual storage utilization looks like for these workloads? Do we have potentially any idle garbage files that exist in the environment, some orphaned machines that haven't been deleted properly, maybe even snapshots? Do we have active snapshots in the environment that we need to be able to go through and consolidate because they were left open? So this is going to help us to be more prepared before we start getting into an actual data protection strategy. And then following up from this, if we wanted to use this to build out infrastructure diagrams, absolutely we can, to give us a great visual for what our workloads look like and where they're currently sitting. And then we have the follow-ups for the reporting as far as, what potential reports can we have emailed to us on a day-to-day basis, especially if we want to start talking about taking advantage of things like immutability and data sovereignty. Here's some great reports in here that we can leverage to ensure that our workloads that we are protecting are going to be immutable to any type of cyber threats. And then finally, our alarms. Here's all the alarms that we have that are available for us to be customized, as well as here's some of the alarms based off of what are they actually doing, right? So you're going to get an alarm that has details in here based off of the cause and then your resolution. And then you can also customize these. So if there's something potentially important in your environment that's different, or if you have a brand new sysadmin that's just starting and they're not aware of, a certain alert that goes off and like what to do to remediate that, you could add some of those customizable steps inside of this alert and alarm, so that way they can follow through and they'll know what to do to resolve this issue. So Veeam One really helps to get you fully prepared and ready to go, so that way it makes your disaster recovery planning and strategies a bit more easier to do. So next we're going to get into protection. So choosing the right data protection. There are so many different ways that one can protect your environment, right? You can leverage high availability via storage replication. So if you have 2 storage arrays, whether that's HPE, Pure Storage, Nimble, NetApp, Cisco, Dell, you name it, right? There's so many different storage vendors out there, but maybe we build for high availability and storage replication between data centers. You can also leverage VM-based replication. So actually doing hypervisor-based replication and having a virtual machine sitting in a standby, ready to go state that you can fail over to in a moment's notice. And then you also have the option to do backups, which is the best option when it comes to actually being able to recover after a cyber event, right? We want to be able to leverage those backups and leverage a 3-2-1 rule with the backups, where we have a copy locally on site, maybe we have a copy sent off site, and then we have another copy that is going to be immutable and air gapped and give us some additional benefits to ensure that we're not going to have the least amount of data loss possible from doing a restore. And you can use all of these within conjunction with each other to give you kind of the best shot of recovery after any type of incident. So the Veeam backup and replication, we want you to be able to leverage those investments. So we have over 60 plus storage integration partners that we work with, right? So the few that I mentioned earlier, those are all available to you. You could see those on the veeam.com website. It's part of our Veeam Ready program, where they're fully integrated and we can work with those storage replicas and give you options to be able to recover from those replicas and build out virtual machines from the volumes that have been replicated between sites. Near zero RPOs. So not only are you leveraging storage-based replication, but Veeam can also do the VM-based replication and CDP-based replication. So you have the option of both. I have end users that leverage CDP for maybe 15% of their workloads, and then they use replication for another 25% of their workloads. CDP is going to give them that couple of seconds or less worth of data loss, and then their regular replication will give them, an hour's worth of data loss. This all helps them to build a better data strategy when it comes to ensuring that if they needed to fail over or recover data quickly, they could do so with multiple options. And then finally, immutable data protection. Immutable backup storage options, both on-prem and off-site, to protect against malicious attacks. So we can write backups on-prem that are going to be immutable. We can also leverage our cloud ecosystem partners where you can send copies of data to them and they will be immutable sitting there inside of those buckets. So this looks like this at a high level. So Veeam is software only, so we are not an appliance. So you have your options here when it comes to flexibility and choosing how you want to implement Veeam for your disaster recovery plans. So you have your Veeam backup replication server. Maybe we have CDP and regular replication that's going to be triggered from one site to the other. We also are leveraging our storage snapshots, and we can actually take backups from these storage snapshots. So leverage that storage environment to give us the backups that we need, as well as giving us the capability to recover from that data. And then also writing backups just directly to a local storage target on-prem, even sending a copy of that off-site, or again, sending another copy to a cloud provider of our choosing. So whether that's another S3 provider like a Wasabi, or Cloudian, a Zadara, or if it's going to be one of our hyperscalers like AWS, Azure, and Google, Veeam works with all of them. So there's not going to be one option out there that's not going to be available. We're going to give you plenty of options to be able to choose from to pick the best disaster recovery and data protection strategy for you. And finally, here's our options for recovering that data. So as you can see, I have Pure Storage inside of our lab. If I wanted to recover any of my virtual machines from those storage snapshots that were replicated from production to my disaster recovery site, I can easily see those underneath the Veeam UI and come in and pick a volume, see the virtual machines, and instantly recover that VM directly back to the original location. I can recover that to a new location. I can get down in granular and just restore very specific objects or even files from those workloads itself. I have had end users that have used this for SharePoint when they ran SharePoint on-prem and allowed them to go ahead and recover just a single site from their SharePoint environment when they had a corruption instead of having to roll the entire SharePoint farm back. So some really good, powerful tools here that we can leverage for multiple ways of recovery. So getting into recovery, we need to be able to build and test to increase success. So the most important part of building any strategy for recovering is documenting and testing plans when you have a potential outage that could occur. So know your recovery options, right? Like I mentioned earlier, there's no shortage amount of different types of restores that'll be available to you within Veeam. So we can recover the entire virtual machine. We can recover all the way down to a single file within a file share, right? You have all those options available, and you want to have the most options available, especially during any type of cyber event, because you never know how you might need to recover or pull out that data. So I always recommend to build plans for multiple scenarios. Build a plan for a cyber event where you are going to be looking at 70% of your workload or your infrastructure. Build a plan for your tier 1 applications, right? So that way, if you know it's a power outage or if there is an impending hurricane that's coming and you need to fail over to your secondary site, you have the workloads that are the most critical to your business that need to be failed over, and you already have that documented and tested and validated. So following up with the test and verifying that those plans are going to work, how can we automate this, right? How do we take something that could potentially be a manual driven task and make that more automated so that way it's more efficient and it kind of gives us back some of those hours that might have been taken out of manual testing and configuration. So part of the Veeam data platform, you have Veeam Recovery Orchestrator. With that, you have limitless options for cyber recovery. So we can do the fail back, failover functionality with the virtual machines, so going from site A to site B. The full restores back to the new location, but more importantly, we could do a secure restore, which means we're going to actually scan the data before we recover it to a new environment and do that malware scan to see if there's anything that's potentially malicious as part of that backup before we recover it into that environment. And you can use this with an AV vendor of your choice as well. Dynamic documentation. Again, how do we automate that process of having to document what our restore process looks like? So making sure that we're staying compliant and those recovery plans are up to date. As soon as you make a change within Veeam backup and replication, as soon as you start to test or recover anything, the documentation process is going to be automatically driven for you. So I'll show you that a little bit inside of the next slide. And then finally, validating your SLAs. If we go back to that prepare step and we say that our SLA is going to be, we have a recovery point objective of 1 day, so we can't have more than a day's worth of data loss, and a recovery time objective is 24 hours to restore, we need to verify that that's actually going to work. So validating these SLAs is huge because we want to ensure that we're not just pulling something out of nowhere and then assuming it's going to work. Veeam will actually verify that this is going to work, and it's going to test it all the time. So that way you'll be really aware in the event that you missed an RPO, you missed an RTO, what your potential SLA can be because it is changing within the environment. So let's go into the dashboard. So you see your dashboard for RPO and RTO. So here are my top recovery plans. You could see that I missed an RPO because a backup job maybe didn't kick off the day before, maybe we deleted some machines, or maybe we just had some issues in the environment. Regardless, I had an RPO of 1 hour. It is not hitting it. So how can we ensure that we're fixing that to make sure we're always staying with those SLAs? Top plans by RTO issues. Okay, well, we tested the recoveries, we tested those failovers, and now we're seeing that we said we wanted it to be done in 10 minutes, and it did not hit that 10-minute mark, right? So again, how can we ensure that we're hitting those RTOs and we're fixing any issues in the environment before we actually have an outage? Here's all of our documentation. So we can do a plan definition, a readiness check, which is going to just verify that the surroundings of the environment is actually going to be available for us to be able to fail over to or initiate restores into. We could do data lab test reports, which is going to go ahead and create an environment for us where it's going to be not available on the production network. And we can run as many tests there as we need to verify that something's going to work before we actually put that into production. And then we have our plan execution report, which just shows us what was all the steps that we took in order to get this plan to succeed. So you see all the conditions of the virtual machines that were here. We checked those prerequisites to ensure that we have licensing available and we have the right workloads in check. Next, we're going to go through the plan and see which virtual machines were included in that plan and if they have met their RPO that we had set earlier. And then finally, what those virtual machines look like as far as here was the success rate of us actually failing over, their start time, their end time, and the duration it took. These reports are crucial and they're really great, especially if you need them from a cyber insurance perspective. If you need to validate that you have a disaster recovery plan or just a recovery plan in general that has been validated and tested, this report is automatically generated and it's part of that PDF that is always going to stay up to date depending on whatever changes you make in the environment. It'll reflect it here. So you could just download that new document and you can give that to whoever you need to from an auditing perspective. So that way they know that what you've tested and validated is going to work. And then here's our options for scanning to ensure that we're not going to be recovering anything malicious. So when we go to actually run this plan, I'm going to check a box to say, hey, can you scan the most recent restore points available based off of that backup and see if you find anything malicious. So we could take the updated AV signature based off of whatever it is that we want to scan for. We plug that in and then we'll allow Veeam to do the scan. And it's going to go ahead and mount the entire virtual machine itself. And then it's going to scan through all of the data blocks to see if it finds anything malicious as part of that. If it does, it'll cancel the restore and we can proceed to the next step. If it doesn't, we can complete the restore, but maybe connect the virtual machine to a separate quarantine network. Or maybe we don't even connect it to the network at all. We allow it to be recovered, so that way we can do our own tests and validations and analytics from that perspective. So like again, I mentioned, all of this is part of the Veeam data platform. So we have our proven recovery orchestration, you have the monitoring and analytics, as well as the backups and replicas. But we also support doing any of the backups as well as the data protection for our cloud environments as well. So we have things for the AWS Marketplace, for Azure, for Google. We can also support the backup of Kubernetes. From a virtual perspective, we'll support VMware. We also have added support for Hyper-V as well as AHV. And then when we also start looking about your physical applications, right? So physical servers, whether they're SQL, Linux-based, we have support for those as well as part of the data platform. And then M365 and Salesforce will be two of our additional platform extensions that support our SaaS-based workloads. Version 12 had a release earlier this year in February. I'm not going to spend too much time going through this, but just a few things to point out. Secure access with MFA. We also added Azure immutability for support. We have the option to do CDP-based replication to our Veeam Cloud service providers. So if you don't have a secondary site, but you want to be able to take advantage of replication, you can leverage our ecosystem of providers and they'll be able to offer CDP as an option as well as regular based replication. And then we have the option here for additional cloud backup via those cloud integrated agents. So again, just extending functionality to our cloud providers to help support the backup and recovery of anybody that's running a hybrid cloud environment. So if you want to learn more about Veeam or if you want to get started, there is a trial here that you can scan with the QR code. This will take you directly to Veeam version 12. This is the full product. So you'll get pretty much everything that we talked about today as part of this QR code, and it'll walk you through that install. It's about a 30-day trial based off of the download. And finally, we have our big conference that's coming up in the next couple of days. So we have Veeam On. This is happening in Miami, Florida. Again, you can scan this QR code and register. You're more than welcome to come and join us on site. We have that in-person event, but we also are going to be featuring this virtually, and it's free to attend virtually. So there's over 40 sessions, 50 speakers. We have tons of attendees. We also take this event around the world as well. So a lot of great information that you can capture based off of version 12, or even just diving into very specifics when it comes to object storage or data protection, immutability, things of that nature. So definitely feel free to check it out. And I think that pretty much wraps up. We're going to go ahead and move over into the questions.
Thank you so much, Emily. That was such a great presentation. And I was scribbling notes furiously as you went through because there were so many great takeaways. I really wish that we had a little bit more time to dive into questions, but unfortunately we are right up against our time limit here. So I think we're going to have to leave it there. Really quickly though, before you leave us, Emily, if somebody is ready to jump in with Veeam, what do you recommend as that first step?
Yeah, first and foremost, definitely go download a trial from the Veeam website, right? You can also reach out directly from the website and ask to speak to one of our sales representatives, and they can contact you and you could have a follow-up conversation. And then they can also do demos for you, set up one with our Veeam systems engineer, but then we also have some recorded demos and webinars that are happening weekly.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, well, I hope that people will take advantage of that. I know those recorded demos are a great place to get started, and there's lots more, ways to connect with Veeam. Again, thank you, Emily, so much for coming and chatting with us. This has been a ton of fun. I know your team's going to hang out on live chat, so for anyone who asked a question, you will either get a response over live chat today, or you will get an email follow-up. So keep those questions coming in. And again, Emily, it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you.
And we've got that poll question up for all of you. What we're wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the Veeam solution. So we got a lot of great information from Emily. I saw some high fives coming in. Thank you, Brian, for that, and for Adam as well. And this is another wonderful way to make sure that you can get the follow-ups that you need in the way that you want when you want them. So make your life easy. Hit that easy button, click on the poll, and let Veeam follow up with you. I'm also going to recommend that you head over to the Handouts tab. You can download the 2023 Data Protections Trend Report, a brand new report. It is chock full of information. It is the largest data protection industry report. They have data from over 4,000 IT leaders. So go and check that out. Make sure you've downloaded that. Hold on to it to dig into a little bit later this afternoon, because we've got lots more to cover. So you're going to want to come back to that report, I promise you. While you're getting the handout and clicking on the poll, I am going to give away a prize. And up next, we have a $300 Amazon gift card and a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. So we're going to start with the gift card. And I will remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Ron Ravilla of California. Ron Ravilla of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our very first winner of a Microsoft Surface Pro 9 is Josh Hale of Oregon. Josh Hale of Oregon. Congratulations to Ron on your gift card, Josh on your Surface Pro 9. We will be in touch with both of you. Now, there are lots more chances to win, so hang tight. I see some frowny faces coming in on the chat. I know, but there's more chances to win. Plus, there's that best question gift card coming your way. So please do keep those questions coming in. But for now, we are going to keep things zipping right along in our MegaCast, because up next, dun, 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 I'm very excited to introduce you all to our very next presenter. In today's MegaCast, we will be chatting with the Rubrik crew, which is always a good time. Here with us today, Zubin Talavea, Advisory Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Zubin, both Scott Becker and I are very excited to welcome you to the MegaCast today. Now, I know you and Scott are going to take some time to dig into a Q&A after you wrap your presentation. So, Zubin, I'll hand things right on over to you. Take it away.
Hello, I am Zubin Talavea, Advisory SE for Rubrik in the East. In the next 20 minutes or so, I was planning on talking about how you can craft and implement a data protection and a DR plan, and how Rubrik can help you recover your virtual environment along with the applications quickly using Rubrik backup and replication efforts. So let's talk a little bit about why you need DR, right? In the past, DR was mostly used for natural disasters, let's say floods or tornadoes or natural disasters that would occur, which were rare, but people planned for that. Well, guess what? In today's world, that's not the case. You still have to plan for that, and that's important. But the number one DR event in the industry today is ransomware. And according to the IS&T Ransomware Task Force, the average downtime can be 21 days. That's 3 weeks where your company can be down on average. The full recovery takes on average about 287 days from the initial ransomware response or the incident response. And the bad guys are getting more and more sophisticated every year, right? It's a game of cat and mouse. And healthcare is specifically a huge target for ransomware. So having a plan that can focus not only on the DR, but also on the ransomware DR events is very, very critical for healthcare and other higher ed financial institutions that have a bullseye on their back. So let's talk a little bit about this, right? So the orchestrated recovery solution that is part of our Rubrik SaaS-based platform called Rubrik Security Cloud. With Rubrik Security Cloud, we can look at all your data, we can aggregate that data, and give you the data insights as well from the metadata that you have. And this metadata is what powers several applications that we have built for this platform. Rubrik Solutions keeps your data safe. It's easy to recover. in the face of cyber attacks and operational failures as well, right? So our solution is organized into three key pillars that basically map to the NIST standard that's prevalent in the US. The first one is data resilience. You safeguard your data with secure backups so it can be deleted, can be compromised, and encrypted, and it's always available for you to recover. The second is data observability, which is which identifies when, where, and how much the attacks have impacted your systems. And this is done by continuously scanning your data over time. So any compromises that occur can be fixed and remediated very quickly. And the final pillar is the data remediation pillar, where you can quarantine your malware, you can avoid reinfection, and recover data quickly with guided file level, object level, application level, and system-wide operations so that your business operations can be restored very quickly. Now, let's go into the Rubrik's approach on how to do this. So we do more with your backups. We take the backup data and use it to enhance your cybersecurity posture. So legacy implementations that that are out there today with backup products that are old are ineffective in ransomware. But Rubrik is more than just backup. It's data security for fast recovery and cyber resilience. Right? The other problem is there are so many different products and silos, right? And for doing different things, there is maybe a product that just does VMware. The other one does, SQL, and all that can create a complexity when you have, backup and DR as separate products that you have to manage and maintain and update. And the third pillar, or the third key thing to think about is how do you prove the DR readiness, right? Do you do regular DR tests? How do you prove to the auditors and internal teams that, hey, if the DR does occur, we are ready for it? So we have actually ways within Rubrik where you can actually prove your DR readiness. You can do fire drills, and you can actually test it with no impact to production. So how it all works and what it does is pretty straightforward. It's based on the concept of recovery blueprints, application blueprints, which are basically developed ahead of time before the DR or disaster occurs. You do this so that you can automate your recovery when a real disaster strikes, getting applications and VMs up in the right working order and drastically reducing the time to get back online. And all this is done without a lot of manual work, which can typically take days or even weeks. You can use those even to do your test dev for DR planning. You can do in-place recovery, which allows you to fail over to your DR target on-site, on-prem, or even fail over to the cloud with recovery to VMware Cloud in AWS or Azure, or even the Google's Cloud VMware engine. DR and cloud migration are not the same, so you have to keep that in mind. But there are folks who can, don't have a tertiary or secondary DR site, can leverage the cloud for DR. DR to the cloud, for example, there's cost savings when you go with Azure VMware Solution, VMC, or even GCVE. And all this happens when they're under pressure for, hey, I need to go to the cloud, right? I need to do digital transformation. And that's where this factor comes in. So how does it all work together? So from a Rubrik perspective, let's say if you were hit with something like ransomware, where you suspect it's ransomware. Even if you utter the word ransomware in a cyber attack scenario, you get assigned, we have a ransomware response team. This ransomware response team ransomware response team is a collection of backline engineers, senior support personnel, engineering, product management, and regular management that comes together to help you identify if it's a true ransomware event, whether you're secure, and how you can quickly recover. When you call into Rubrik support and say the word ransomware, you're assigned an incident management partner, right? You detected that something kind of going on. You'll kind of engage with our support or the incident management partner. We will work with you to identify the relevant, IOCs or where the compromise could be. You obviously involve your teams in this as well. Your security teams might get involved. You might involve a third-party security company to do further forensics. And then the recovery, once you have identified all that, the recovery begins. We'll focus on rebuilding the stack, right? We'll go AD first, then we'll do certificates, DNS, VMware, NAS, etc. All that happens. And all this is done. We kind of engage with you till you tell us that we are done, and we can go. Now there are different, obviously, from our Rubrik Security Cloud, we have different products that kind of work together in tandem to get you up and running very quickly, right? So we have a ransom investigation piece that we'll probe into the attack and we'll save you time by identifying, hey, these are the systems that have been impacted, and this is where the impact is. Once we know that, and we want to find out what the relevant IOC is, we have a threat hunting capability where we can identify the IOC and identify the clean recovery point so that you don't reinfect yourself. And then finally, once the recovery efforts begin, and we'll talk a little bit about that, I'll demo that as well, is we have an orchestrated recovery process where you can quickly recover to the workflow that you need to be at from a clean copy. All this together forms an end-to-end integrated ransomware recovery solution that Rubrik offers to customers today. Okay, so now it's time for a demo. So I'm going to switch screens here a bit, and I can show you how it all works. All right, so what you can see on the screen right now is our SaaS platform, Rubrik Security Cloud. I'm not going to focus on any of that other than the orchestrated recovery process and how that works. But as part of Rubrik Security Cloud, you get the ransomware monitoring, the sensitive discovery, along with the orchestrated recovery piece. Diving into the orchestrated recovery piece, you see that we have a bunch of objects and recovery plans that have been put into place. So the key to a DR plan or DR recovery process is what we call a blueprint or a recovery plan. We offer 3 different plan types, right? A DR recovery plan, that's for your natural disasters, where you want to fail over from one data center to the other data center. We offer an in-place recovery plan, which is if you have a single data center, but you want to quickly bring it up in case there's an outage. And then the third recovery plan type is the isolated recovery. And that is for you in case of an ransomware attack, where you want to bring up the application in an isolated environment, run further analysis tools, make sure it's clean before you can roll it in production. It all starts by the creation of what we call a recovery plan or a blueprint. So if I were to start with a disaster recovery plan, I can just give a name. You select the cluster that I want to use this for and want to fail over from, let's say, my Palo Alto site to my Cork site. I can then choose the virtual machines, for example, that are part of this plan, right? So if I have, let's say, these 3 virtual machines that I want to be part of this plan, I can now choose how do I want to start it up. Maybe, my MS patch one is my database. So I want to start that first. This might be my middleware, and this might be my UI. So I want to bring them up in the right order. I then further can choose which VMware compute cluster I want to select for this. I want to choose the compute resources, whether I want to minimize recovery time or do I minimize the data store usage. I can now select the data store that I specifically want to use for this failover. And then finally, I can choose, if there are any postscripts that I want to run on any of these, the network resources that I want to choose that I've already created up front, right? If they're static IPs or DHCP, which ones do I want to use? And the nice thing about this whole plan is I can have a different set of networks for test and a different ones for management. So if I choose, for example, that, hey, I want to test this out, and I only want to use a separate network to just test failover so I don't impact production, I can do that as well. Once I click on next, assign any domains, how do I want to start backing it up? I click on next, and now I can create that plan. Once I've created that plan, I literally have to go in and I can test it. And once or as part of my testing process, I can even say, let's, recover it. And I can start the failover, I can start the test failover. And it's very similar. If I want to start the failover, actual failover, I can just say, hey, do I want to reconfigure the network or do I want to pause? Click on continue. And even before that, I can actually go in and choose at what point in time I want to use for this. I could choose the latest recovery point, or I could select a point in time, like a snapshot that I know is not corrupted, for example. I want to go back a few days or hours, depending on your backup schedule. Once I go here, I type in the word recovery plan and start the recovery process. As simple as that. It works the same way. If I have, let's say, an in-place recovery or an isolated recovery plan, the isolated recovery plan, the only difference for that is that it basically will, there's no test failure there. You're basically choosing to start this application process, and then you can choose which snapshots you want to use from. So I can just say, hey, I want to start from the 5.7, or all these are bad, so I want to start on the 5.6. And then I can save my selection, and I can literally get next. I can use the isolated network for it. This is the key difference between isolated recovery and a DR recovery. In an isolated recovery plan, we are basically choosing a separate isolated network to run all this in. This way, even if you were having some malware on those appliances or those VMs, you can kind of run it in a separate air-gapped network, run your scripts, malware bytes, whatever it is, clean it up, and then move it into production. Moving into production is by just clicking on recover, typing in the word recover, and then that's it. I'll start the process in that isolated environment. Now you can kind of see the recoveries that have been planned here, right? So you can see over here that I had a record of all the recoveries I've started. My recovery plan from May 4th ran for about 26 minutes. It completed. I can even clean up, can remove myself after that, or I can even download the information I can basically download a report, which I can then submit to my auditors, internal team, or even external auditors to prove that this has worked fine. I can kind of track all the events. Obviously, last 24 hours would be nothing, but if I had something in the past 30 days, I can even check what happened here. If there were failures, I can kind of quickly check and see what the failure was, and then troubleshoot it so that next time it works correctly. So in a nutshell, what Rubrik offers is pretty straightforward, right? We give you the ability to not only have a secure copy of your backups, but we also give you the ability to recover from various DR events, right? You can plan how you want to do the recovery, and then give you the option of, hey, do I want to do a ransomware related recovery, or is it more of a DR? If it's a DR, traditional DR recovery, I can even test my recoveries on a regular basis to make sure that when disaster does strike, we have something that will work correctly, and we'll have something that we have tested and are confident in the ability for it to work correctly on time. If you want to learn more about Rubrik and orchestrated recovery, please visit our website, and you can search for orchestrated application recovery. There are a whole bunch of demos, there are a bunch of PDFs. There's a technical white paper as well, and also a blog. Hopefully this was a good introduction to Rubrik and how Rubrik helps you with crafting and implementing a disaster recovery plan. And I thank you for your time. And if there are further questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you. Thank you.
All right, Zubin, great presentation. Thanks as always, and great demo too. So we've got some questions coming in here from the audience. The first one actually is not from the audience, it's from me. What are the most frequent mistakes that you've seen customers make around data protection and DR?
That's a good question. So frequent mistakes. So what I kind of see is people don't know, where the data is. That's one of the things that I've seen is people don't realize that data is everywhere, and systems and locations that they may not even think of. And as a result, they are exposed if there's sensitive data in there. What I also see is people don't follow what I call the 3-to-1 rule many times, right? 3 copies of data, 2 different locations, 1 offsite. Many of them don't follow that. So if a DR occurs, they are basically in trouble. And then the third part that I've also seen is many of the folks are using legacy systems, backup data protection systems, which are not secure at all. So when they hit by ransomware attack, which is more likely than any natural DR, the backup system gets compromised, and now they have no other option but to pay the ransom.
Great, great insights there from your experience in the field. You mentioned 3-2-1, and that gets us to one of the questions here from the audience about, is the 3-2-1 rule still the best practice? And I just wonder, like, when you think about 3-2-1, a lot of it was like, tape and disk, and 1 copy offsite. Obviously, things are more complicated and more flexible now. How do you think about the 3-2-1?
So yes, it still is a good practice if you can do it. But think of it this way, right? Where in the past, people would like write locally and they'll write a tape, and the tape would be offsite, and they'll be happy. When today's world, as the data growth has exploded, it's kind of like it's not very tenable for people to do that all the time. It's just yes, tape is cheap, but its recovery is slow. Tapes can get damaged, and you can lose data. If you have a need to restore the data quickly, which obviously data is money, right? If you cannot bring the systems up, there's a tangible loss of revenue. So the 3-to-1 rule basically is, and from a Rubrik perspective, is, hey, look, write your data to Rubrik, or basically make a copy of it. If you have a DR site, absolutely replicate it. So if you get hit by a natural disaster on site A, you can still recover the data from site B, right? So that's your second copy, right? Mm-hmm. And then the third one is to maybe go offsite. And when you're offsite, it could be a completely tertiary location. A lot of customers are using cloud as cheap and deep storage instead of tape. Okay, you can still write a tape, hey, if you wanted to, but there are so many options in public cloud, AWS, Azure, Google, that are very, very cheap, and they are for long-term archiving. So if you have the third copy there, let's say if you get, even if your DR centers are not geographically that dispersed and you lose those too, you still have the copy sitting in a cloud location somewhere that can be used to recover everything back. So I think a 3-to-1 rule, if you can, is absolutely still a good practice, and especially in today's world with ransomware, you want to have multiple copies of that.
Yeah. No, great context there, Zubin. Appreciate that. Next question: how does immutability work in Rubrik's implementation?
So a Rubrik out of the gate has an immutable file system. It's called the Atlas file system. You can kind of find information on that just by Googling it. And what it is a closed file system. So we don't expose we don't expose our storage as NFS, CIFS, or any other protocol that is inherently insecure and can be easily compromised or spoofed. When you write any data to Rubrik, it writes to this staging area within the Rubrik platform. And we use TLS 1.2 for communication between clients. The data is encrypted in flight. When it's stored, it's encrypted at rest. But then what we have is an internal process that will then move that data to a secure location. And that secure location is not available or visible publicly, either via CLI or API or into the UI. right? It's an internal process that does that. So it's inherently immutable. We follow the zero trust cluster design, which means that, every node in a cluster has to authenticate itself first before granted access to the data. In addition to all that, we have a whole bunch of features and functionality around that security, around the file system, like multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, two-person rule, retention lock, intelligent data lock, which you can kind of read up online or reach out to me later for more information. That will make your data secure and and immune from any ransomware attack.
Awesome. No, thanks for that deep dive into Atlas and how the immutability works. That was great. Zubin, we're coming up on time, so if it's okay with you, I'll pass along some of the remaining audience questions for follow up.
Yep, sure. That sounds good.
Great, but just as a last question, how can people get started with Rubrik?
So, I mean, absolutely. We basically have a great website, right? So rubrik.com. We have a whole bunch of blogs, white papers, technical white papers that are available for you. If you can also reach out to me, and I can kind of put you in touch with your local Rubrik account team, who can kind of help coordinate a more detailed discussion with you.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for a great presentation, great demo, and all the insights here in the Q&A, Zubin.
No worries. Thank you for the opportunity, Scott.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Scott, for running that Q&A. Now, I know you're going to be back with us again shortly here. Also, a big thank you to Zubin for that awesome presentation. Such great information. We got a lot of high fives. And as Scott mentioned, there are some unanswered questions that we will make sure get to Zubin over live chat and then in follow-up with the Rubrik team via email. So one way or another, keep those questions coming because you're going to get some answers. I also want to point out that we've got that poll question up for you on the screen. What additional information would you like to get about the Rubrik solution? So let Rubrik know how they can support you. There's so much more information to dig into. So this is the easy button. Click on that poll right there and let them know how they can follow up with you. I'm also going to suggest, as Zubin was just saying, the Rubrik website has so many great resources there, tons of reading, opportunities to kind of play and dig in a little bit. So spend a little bit of time on their website. One easy way to do that is actually just to go to the handouts tab, click on the Rubrik link. It'll take you right there and you can start exploring. So open that tab up, save that for later because you're going to want to do a little bit of digging in as soon as we wrap up our MegaCast today. But for now, while you guys are clicking on the poll, clicking on that handout, I am going to give away a prize. So we have a $300 Amazon gift card for someone who is here with us and present at the MegaCast. And that next lucky winner is Stephen Kreider of Missouri. Stephen Kreider of Missouri, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations to you, Stephen. Now, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Plus, we will be in touch with all the winners of that Best Question gift card. So keep those questions coming in. And there are still lots more chances to win. So stay tuned, my friends. All right, well, we are going to keep things moving right along here because we have another awesome presentation lined up for you all, and I want to make sure we get as much time with them as we can. So there we are. Up next, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to our next two awesome presenters in today's MegaCast. We will be chatting with Zach Brigman, Senior Product Marketing Manager, and Steve Preston, VP Metallic Security, both from Metallic, a Commvault venture. Zach and Steve, thank you both so much for being here with us today on the MegaCast. I can't wait to hear what you have lined up for us. I know we want to leave some time for questions at the end, so I will step back and hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away.
Hey everyone, pleasure to be on today's Metallic webinar with you. My name is Zach Brigman, Product Marketer here at Metallic, and I will be your host for today's session. Today's webinar, a really exciting topic and a pertinent one as we think about cyber, as we really focus on data protection and its increasingly important role in cyber response and how early warning and being more proactive can help you better safeguard your data and respond to emerging threats. Also, wanted to introduce my co-host and speaker for today, Steve Preston. So Steve joins us. He is the VP of Metallic Security Services. Steve spent a lifetime in the security space. Very happy to have him on speaking about cyber and how it relates to data protection. So With that being said, let's hop on in here today, starting the conversation around really the current state of affairs as the lines between data protection and data security are really blurring. With new cyber threats emerging, with new imperatives around how we protect our data from these threats, amidst the background of really shrinking IT resources. That could be manpower, budgets, it could be skill sets, right? It's challenging IT to keep up. And it's really evident by how folks are thinking about protecting their data. We had done a proprietary research study at the end of 2022 with IT directors and above to say, hey, what keeps you up at night as it relates to protecting your data? And there's no surprise here. We take a look at some of the statistics. By and large, recovering post-attack is still a critical focal point of data protection. What we're seeing enter the fray is those two statistics on the left-hand side, preventing data damage and avoiding data loss. So recovery alone in these current landscapes is not enough. IT administrators, directors, folks really who are looking after data are looking in equal parts to prevent damage and avoid loss in addition to recoverability. But the big challenge is, what tools do I have in my toolbox to be able to detect and properly respond adequately to these threats across all environments? Roughly 1 in 10 IT administrators and above believe, yep, we have the adequate tools that span equally across my data estate and across my environments, with by and large, 90% saying we don't. And the criticality there is if I have one weak link in one environment, one workload, right, it could potentially pose a risk in what we see and how we respond. Steve, any thoughts on that?
There are a lot of reasons. Ransomware is really difficult to detect, and there are several reasons. We're going to cover them during this presentation, but the one I want to call out here is the ransomware encryption algorithms themselves, believe it or not. We used to think that, well, it used to be true that ransomware, once data was encrypted, it was very noisy, but it may be too late by that point. Even that has changed a lot. I'm going to introduce you perhaps to a relatively new technique called intermittent encryption. And what that means is that the ransomware associates have figured out that you really don't have to encrypt the whole file to render it useless to a victim. So that has some really interesting effects. Number one, it doesn't change the file structure very much. So any kind of anomaly detection capability that looks at the file structure may not pick up this encryption algorithm. The other bit of this is that encrypting only part of the file makes the encryption method really fast. So in some cases, 10 times faster than what we've seen in the past. So, today, if you get hit, you've got to think about data getting encrypted at this, alarming rate, probably 19 terabytes a day. So depending on what you look at in terms of median dwell times, in other words, how long the attacker is in your environment before they get detected, you're looking at probably somewhere in the range of 90 to 330 terabytes that you'll have to recover by the end of the attack, because the algorithms aren't only quiet, but they're really too fast to defend.
And Steve, you bring up a good point, right? Because sophistication is growing in this space, and you touched upon encryption, right, and the rate in which you encrypt or how bad actors could encrypt. What's doubly concerning is that that's not the only vector of attack, right? Double and triple extortion tactics are on the rise. The stat on the left-hand side speaks for itself. So put in a different way, bad actors aren't just looking to encrypt your data. If I can steal your data, if I could take it out of the system, if I could leak it, how many times have we seen a negative impact of a breach where sensitive files have been leaked on the dark web, right? If I could destroy backups altogether. The real goal here of a bad actor is how can I inflict as much pain and use data, right, unfortunately, as a way to monetize that pain. And a lot of times that revolves around these multiple different tactics. That doesn't just involve holding your data hostage. A lot of times it involves doing other things that recovery alone can't respond to.
I think I was guilty of this in the past too, where I would think of ransomware as a transaction, largely like bot-oriented or malware-oriented. That's no longer the case. So the other one is that, I'm not going to be attacked by a nation state. We make ice cream. Why would a nation state worry about ice cream? It's not going to be an advanced attack. Ransomware as a service has made advanced techniques available to everybody, sort of, democratized, if you will, APTs, advanced persistent threats. So these advanced techniques are offered as a service. So someone who wants to make money at ransomware doesn't have to be an expert at penetrating a perimeter or moving laterally. They'll just buy it as a service. So these extortion techniques aren't just, hey, if you don't pay up, we'll leak the data on the dark web. That's still true, but they have control over your network likely too. And this is where the double or triple extortion comes in, where they'll not only shame you if you're hit or leak the data, but they'll also threaten you with a denial of service attack and take your whole network down. That's the scenario we have to think about. There are about 60 groups now worldwide that feature extortion tactics in their attack playbook, and that's becoming the norm, and it's actually more accessible than ever.
Yeah, Stephen, and you mentioned that barrier to entry being lowered, right? As we think about ransomware as a service being as readily available as other developer toolkits, right? And it's kind of a scary notion. It's part of the reason why you've seen this rapid evolution of ransomware and the stakes, unfortunately raised. It's important when we look at data protection as, through the lens of some of these challenges. And we've traditionally thought around data protection as being conventionally my last line of defense, right? And this is kind of a dated mindset in terms of it really neglects kind of this critical avenue, this blind spot within data protection where we can be more proactive and kind of bridge the gap into being on our front foot as opposed to our back when it comes to how we respond to threats.
The bottom line is you better have your backup infrastructure together, right? Number one. Orchestration, workflows, automation. You have to be sure you're not recovering infected data. You have to protect your control plane. Impact means that the attacker is going to disable your ability to recover. You have to protect your ability to recover, and you need automation to make sure that you can recover 200 terabytes as efficiently as possible. We're seeing more and more vendors who are in the backup and recovery space talk about security and use security language. And that's good. That's actually a good thing because backup and recovery and security should come together. But if you're in the backup environment, whatever you do is only in the backup environment. I mean, I'm sure any one of you, if I were to ask you, would you rather recover 200 gigabytes or 200 terabytes? It's a pretty simple answer, right? But the only way you can influence that blast radius, the amount of data that's affected by impact, is to look into the production environment. And that's the window of opportunity where you can potentially see an attack and contain it before you have to recover the data. Now, unfortunately, this is pretty fast and pretty stealth as well. So this 4-hour timeline between the time an attacker will get into the perimeter and impact is actually completion of the ransomware campaign is 4 hours. We've just seen recent ones where it's even less than that, 3.5 hours. So your real window is kind of about 90 minutes of time when the attacker is in the network and starting to do reconnaissance and figure out what's what in your environment. That's the time when they're scanning, they're discovering, to warn of the attack before it impacts the data that you're going to have to recover. Now, a lot of us think, okay, security has this covered. You've got probably some kind of endpoint protection. You're collecting logs of SIM, and you're collecting data on what's happening in your network. And those are necessary pieces of your security stack. But attackers are innovative, and they're using techniques that these conventional tools can't see. They call it living off the land. They're probably using tools that if you're in IT, you use, things like PowerShell or PSExec and so on and so forth. They're using legal tools. They're probably getting into the network, again, using ransomware as a service. They'll probably use a connection broker, and they're very likely going to get in the network as an admin and use legal tools, utilities, during the business day. It just makes it very, very difficult for the conventional security tools to pick up this kind of activity. So this is where this idea of deception comes in. What if not everything in your environment was real, right? So in the previous example, we're assuming that you're collecting evidence on real assets, and collecting evidence of behavior that might not be legal, might be malicious. This idea of introducing fake assets means that if I could introduce something that is a real, authentic file server or database or a hub or a switch or a printer, anything, and if it can't be seen by real systems or real people, it performs no business function whatsoever other than to deceive an attacker, then if an admin, I'm putting up air quotes with my fingers, someone who managed to get an admin's credentials went into one of these fake devices and uploaded a file or did a directory search, that's probably malicious activity, right? So this is the idea of a honeypot. And by the way, honeypots, you probably already know, they've been around for a long time, right? So this kind of technique works really, really well. It's been working really, really well since the late 90s. You can learn a lot from an attacker by putting a honeypot in your environment. The challenge has been historically is that honeypots are they've been kind of complex in the past. You'd have to be an analyst. You'd have to be kind of crafty. You'd have to build it. You have to manage the risk that comes with putting a fake asset in your environment that's vulnerable. That's honeypots. What modern deception technology has done is taken this idea and made it easy, kind of turnkey, and really scalable. So yes, is a honeypot deception? Yes, it is. Is deception a honeypot? No, not really. It's based on the same concepts, but it's a modern, lightweight, secure way of putting fake assets in the path of an actor that they spend time engaging with. So this technology is the only technology I would propose on the planet that actually buys you time. It wastes an attacker's time and buys you time, because when an attacker is interacting with a fake file server, they're not actually interacting with a real file server. So this is the basis of what we've done with ThreatWise. We've taken this kind of concept, and where in the past, we go into an environment where everything is real, right? There's no risk to the attacker. They go into the environment and they learn. If they get caught and they get kicked out, no worries, no harm. They'll get back in, they'll learn some more. And eventually, they'll get a foothold in the network. They'll figure out how not to be seen, and they'll get to the crown jewels. What our customers do is they put these fake assets in their path. And what's interesting is the technology is so lightweight and easy that they've taken advantage of that, and they put a lot of them in the path. So they play the numbers game to their advantage. So if an attacker gets in the network and let's say they do an ARP scan, we would pick that up. If they discover a device, we would pick that up. If they used some kind of password cracking tool like Hydra to get into that, would pick that up. If they do a directory search, if they drop a file, they'd be doing that on a fake asset. And we would see that in real time and integrate with the security ecosystem to contain that attack and then stop it before it does damage. Okay. Now, here's the challenge about deception. Now, there are tools out there that do this well. ThreatWise is one of the leaders. It's exceptional technology. So how do you make an alert on a fake file server, for example, relevant to the data that you're protecting? And this is where this idea of data-minded cyber deception comes in. It's very, very powerful, because what our customers often tell us, and by the way, we have lots of customers, hundreds worldwide, is the technology works really well, but is there a way that we could make it easier, right, for them to deploy? Well, think about it. As Commvault, who knows where the assets are? We do. Who knows what the value of the data is? We do. Who knows what the profile of the asset is that we're protecting? We do. So you basically have all of the ingredients you need to create a decoy, to create a fake. And so this idea of being data minded, number one, it makes it easier because we can create a template, the stuff of a template, so you can deploy this very easily. And there's a logical connection between the decoy and the data that you're protecting. So if you're putting out a fake file server, and it gets hit, we can tell you what's relevant to the PII that's in the file server that is protecting, right? So you're doing two things at once. You're hiding your core assets, including your backup infrastructure, right? You're hiding that in a crowd, and you're providing an early warning. And that early warning is not just triggered to your SOC, your Security Operations Center, but that early warning goes to your backup administrators so they can take action on their backup environment to maybe take their backups offline or run their playbook to make sure that they're ready and that they can recover their data more safely and more quickly, right? Or take their backup out of scope or away from off the table from an attacker. So it's a very powerful concept. Again, using really scalable technology and proven technology. ThreatWise has been around since 2014. It's been proven in every kind of network, from defense to commercial, all over the world. So you've got this really powerful combination between the two. Zach?
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that unpacking here in terms of how we look at where ThreatWise fits in within the Commvault family of products. It's within the Metallic portfolio. Metallic is our data protection as a service branch, really offering single solution protection for your environments. We offer hybrid cloud protection. That's for your VMs, your containers, structured data and databases. We're the only vendor in the space to protect environments like OCI and Azure PaaS databases. We also offer protection for unstructured data, and we have secure cloud storage as well as archival for unstructured data as well available. SaaS app protection. These are major SaaS apps like Office 365, Dynamics 365, Salesforce, as well as endpoint protection for your laptops and desktops. In that security category, we spoke about Metallic ThreatWise here today, but in addition, we have Security IQ, which is our security insights engine that comes with all of our Metallic subscriptions. And this really is built-in insights and tools that help you increase your security posture, spot malicious files and activities as they're happening, uncover suspicious events in data sets, suggest things like pre-infected ransomware recovery points for compromised files, and it does more. But this is built into our products as a baseline for security capabilities and cyber posture. We also offer Active Directory backup. Again, that's free with any subscription, and that's for Azure Active Directory and Microsoft Active Directory. And this is all within the Metallic portfolio. So really giving you that single solution protection. So whether that be environments on-prem or in the cloud or SaaS, right? Or as we look towards security as well, giving a consolidated capability here to be able to protect those environments with standardized SLAs and recoverability across the board, right? All of Metallic, it's really being built upon this zero trust architecture. Notably, we're the only SaaS data protection vendor in the space to have FedRAMP high status. And what that means is that we meet 421 mandated security controls by the US government. And that's capable of meeting confidentiality, availability, integrity standards. And it's really fit for protecting federal data, right? So a great distinction in terms of security posture. But across the board, we've incorporated as many controls as humanly possible from that FedRAMP high distinction into our commercial offering as well. So our customers get a foundationary level of capabilities when it comes to security. We take a DevSec approach to everything that we have in development. So whether that be something from authentication and authorization to access protocols, how we air-gap data, immutability, the detection capabilities and the deception capabilities that Steve unpacked, we really focused on delivering a highly durable solution, best-in-class security built in, and that's both to prevent tampering and prevent compromising while ensuring that your data protection and the utilities that you would use to be able to recover are proven, trusted, and available for you. And it really kind of amasses to this end-to-end full spectrum approach, looking at data protection through a different lens, not just what it means to recover, but also giving you the capabilities as close to production as possible to see threats and respond. So Steve really unpacked that early warning bucket on the far left side. This is everything that we do to help you identify zero-day and unknown threats before they happen, as they happen, so that hopefully we can minimize and limit the ability, what you have to recover. Threat insights, as data enters the backup environment, to be able to have complete control and visibility into what data is coming into my environment and if there's any risks there. And then that proven recoverability to be able to get my business back online. So really end to end, from production to backup, giving capabilities when it comes to data protection that span just being reactive and helping organizations be more proactive with when to respond, how to respond, and doing so effectively. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and conclude today's webinar. Appreciate everyone being a part of the session.
Well, we appreciate you being here with us as well. Thank you to both Zach and Steve for that awesome presentation. We are going to dive into some Q&A in just a moment, but before we do that, I do want to point out that we have the poll up on the screen for you all. What we're wondering about is what additional information you would like to get about the Metallic solution. So lots of great info covered already and lots more to dig into. So click on the poll and let the team know how they can reach out to you, how they can support you, whatever additional information you need. While you're doing that, Zach and I are going to dive into some Q&A. Zach, you ready?
Yep, thank you for having me.
Of course. Always happy to chat with you. Zach, we have some questions about size of organization. And in particular, Joseph here was wondering about how realistic it is for businesses to be able to afford and maintain deceptive systems, especially if they are a smaller company and smaller team. Wondering if you can address that. And then also, is the Metallic solution going to work for every size organization? Does it make sense for every size team that might be out there?
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic question. I think the interesting thing, right, is from a deception standpoint, part of the uniqueness of ThreatWise is to really move this away from your traditional quote unquote honeypot type technology where I have to spin up full systems and there's time and resources and things that would be consumed in order to stand up and maintain, right? So with ThreatWise, the focus was to make it highly scalable. It's web service like. So, whether you're a small business, which we do have running it, or a large Fortune 100, which we also have, right? It scales across any size business. So the key there is really from a resource standpoint to try and remove the barriers so that it could be applicable for businesses of all sizes and to transition what could be, weekly, monthly, sometimes, quarterly deployments down into days, right? And that's the sweet spot, right? We can't afford to wait when it's something like cyber. So trying to deliver that in a model that works for all.
I wonder if that actually feeds in. We did have some questions here about, how do I pitch this to my executive team and what metrics should I be using to evaluate whether or not, this is working effectively for us. So in line with that, what is the one output that you think folks should be paying attention to, an expectation setting when they're looking at these different solutions?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. And there's this convergence between IT and security, right? What the middle ground is, what are the handoffs, not only from a project standpoint, but incident response. Truth be told, right, bad actors are getting in and unfortunately no perimeter is impenetrable. So this really fits within that area where someone silently gotten into my network. It may be an internal bad actor. It may be someone using credentials that they shouldn't have, right? And to try to pick up where conventional security tools leave off with inroads into obviously giving security what they need, plus IT to make decisions around how to better safeguard their data. So for metrics, that's kind of a little bit varies from time to time. I know some folks are looking at mean time to detect, breakout, depending upon, what are your key indicators. But the focal point for successful organizations on managing incidences is having tools that help bridge the aisle between what SecOps is doing as well as what the IT operations is doing. So the solutions that bring them together and kind of eliminate those blind spots where moments matter, right?
Yeah, I love that. And you mentioned that you do that integration not as an afterthought, but all the way through, in that DevSec approach. And I think that is so important. And we talk about that DevSec and DevSecOps being a really important approach for a lot of organizations. And I want to ask you so many follow-up questions to that, Zach, but I think we're going to have to leave it there. Can I ask you before you go, though, to just tell us if somebody wants to jump in and get started, what is their first step?
Yeah, I would go to metallic.io. You can chat with us. You can get a demo. We have free trials available. There's interactive walkthroughs. So happy to help in any way we can, but a ton of resources out there depending upon what you're looking at.
Love that. Okay, well, you're getting a lot of high fives from the audience out there. There are also a lot of great questions that we did not get to. So, Zach, if you do have a little time to hang out and get some answers to folks, otherwise we will make sure that those get to you in any case. I want to let you know that Allison just gave a high five to your website. She said lots of great information out there. I can definitely attest to that. So you've got some fans out there in the audience today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right, and thanks to everyone who asked a question or clicked on the poll. Loving all the high fives and good vibes coming in from all of you out there. I have to say that the audience today, the questions coming in, it's just been spectacular. You guys are all, Scott and I have been raving about all of you behind the scenes. So it's been a lot of fun. And speaking of Scott, I think that it's about time that we brought him out here. Scott, you with me?
I am. Thanks, Jess.
Amazing. Well,
Yeah.
thanks, Scott. Hey, Scott, before I go, I do want to remind everyone to click on the Metallic handout. There's a report from Metallic on early warning meets data protection, 3 tips to reduce the need for ransomware recoveries. It is a very fun and interesting read. Yeah, Scott, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. It's worth checking out. So please do get that handout. And now, Scott, over to you. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Jess. And yeah, like Jess said, we have been raving about all the audience questions today, and keep them coming. Remember, there is that $50 prize for best question for each one of the sessions. It's not just for the whole thing; it's for each session. So keep those questions coming. So we have arrived at another prize drawing, and the winner of our next $300 Amazon gift card is Alan McClellan from Tennessee. So congratulations to Alan. And we will have another grand prize coming up here in a minute, but let's keep it rolling with all these informative sessions on disaster recovery and data protection. I am excited about our next presentation in the Best Practices MegaCast. This session comes from Recovery Point and Pure Storage, and presenting for Recovery Point and Pure Storage are Jeff Judy and Andrew Miller. Jeff is Chief Cloud Architect at Recovery Point. Andrew is Principal Technologist at Pure. It's always great to see both these gentlemen on our events. So I'm going to turn things over to Andrew.
Hey, thanks so much, as always, Scott, for the kind introduction, and really the whole actual tech team. Always appreciate and enjoy being part of a MegaCast and frankly, all the other actual tech events that you all put on. This one especially, crafting and implementing data protection strategy and disaster recovery plan. The reason I'm particularly excited about this one is frankly a little bit of my background. So speaking to you, Andrew Miller, Lead Principal Technologist Americas with Pure Storage. I've been with Pure for a couple years now, about 4 years now. But frankly, I've done a good bit in this space, even had some plans I proposed to the customer that never quite worked out because I didn't understand enough of actually some of what we're going to cover. But I'm really excited to be joined today by Jeff. Jeff, do you mind introducing yourself as well?
Yes, thanks, Andrew. I'm Jeff Judy. I'm the Disaster Recovery Chief Cloud Architect for Recovery Point Systems. I've been with Recovery Point for about 11 years now, and it's been a good ride along the way. I've seen many DR tests and DR scenarios, so happy to discuss today with you about DR strategy.
So I think what you may have already heard a little bit from Jeff and myself, and I'll even add a little bit more. Like I started as a customer for 7 years and partner for 8 years. It was probably more important for you, frankly, than my working for Pure right now. But based on that, and Jeff mentioning, 11 years, what we wanted to start with is not just start with what Pure and Recovery Point do, but actually start with architecture knowledge that we've learned over the years, why some of this stuff matters, if you will, before we get to the technology. So section 1, share architecture knowledge. Section 2, showing you how Pure and Recovery Point can help. Please make sure to put questions into the Q&A box, that you can type them up. We'll make sure to be watching them throughout and have some questions at the end. Hopefully that sounds fair. And like it says there, plans are useless, but in this area, planning is everything. If we haven't done the planning, we won't be ready. We always have to be able to adapt. So with that, let's dive into section number 1, and we'll kind of tag team this a little bit. In some ways, actually, 25 minutes is not all that much time. So sharing architecture knowledge. Why? Why do we bother with this level of planning? Like it says, plans are useless, planning is everything. Well, the why if you ask someone in your organization, let's say it's the CEO, the CIO, someone up the org chart, what do they expect? Can they lose any data? How long can they afford to be down? Well, often the response is very different than the actual capabilities that that you have. You look at your systems, you look at your organization, what you can do. Another way to look at it, is the business expectations. Maybe I can't afford to be down at all, and we have to come back online right away. And it's almost like when you compare the business expectations to the IT capabilities, it's almost like there's this elephant in the room, dare I say, right? Kind of thing. And actually having a little bit of fun with slides, right? Kind of thing. Because there is the sense that there's this disconnect between the expectations and the capabilities. And if we don't resolve that, it will get resolved, but at a very unpleasant, unhappy time to do so, right? So what are we actually protecting against? What we're protecting against is a range of items that aren't, frankly, inherently technology related. There's business items around losing customers and them being dissatisfied, or loss of sales and income that relates to the customer side. If you're a regulated business, there can be a whole side of regulatory fines, not being able to bring online new projects and business plans. Maybe bonuses are lost that are contracted with outside companies. Maybe how long that we're down. There's even increased expenses internally because these are super stressful days and you've got to pay folks to be online and doing things. But then even just the human aspect, people, these are sometimes the worst days of people's careers, and people burning out, or just at a family level. Maybe they've got disabled loved ones to care for and they can't be in when the business needs them, right? So there's even this personal and human aspect to it. And what is a disaster, though? So there is some definitional stuff here. Now, I have twin boys. At the point when I first put this picture into presentation, they were a couple years old. So maybe this is a disaster for you at a personal level, or maybe for the kids shown here, not my kids, actually. It's maybe the happiest day of their life, but still, this is a disaster maybe at a personal level, and you can see the age of the TV in the background. But at a business level, there is a definition. An event that affects a system or service such that significant effort, major effort, is required to restore the original performance level. Another concept, one that's worth, and now this is a little bit of a text-heavy slide, I realize, but there's also the ideas here of business continuity versus disaster recovery versus operational recovery. These are different things that actually often have different expectations at a business level, even if they don't quite realize that, right? So in this case, business continuity, if there's something that happens at one site, you lose a site, there's no impact. Things go on. In an application level, customer level, you don't even notice, right? Even though you have to go fix a lot of things under the covers. Disaster recovery gets into the idea of you have to push the big red button. It's a failure, and you have to do things in a non-routine way to move to an alternative system. You have to declare that. Operational recovery, this is almost more of like that, have multi-pathing or multiple power supplies or multiple PDUs in a rack. This is almost about this shouldn't be a major item. This is just stuff that you plan for in regular data center architecture. But putting things into these categories can help, especially at a communication level, up inside the organization. So what does this look like in our environment? What scenarios should we plan for? Scenarios are super important. We'll come back to that later. And where do we begin? Where I often like to begin, how do we do it, is around the concepts that you may know, but want to emphasize they're critical here, of RPO and RTO. Basically, how much data can I afford to lose from the point we declare a disaster? We're looking back in time, right? So from the point of disaster, is it, minutes, hours, days of data lost, my most recent recovery point, dictated often by the frequency of recovery. And then from the point I declared a disaster, looking forward in time, how long does it take me to come back online? Okay. This is critical often when having a business discussion, and even kind of digging into this, not just assuming the answers are true right away. What is the cost associated with these, right? Because when you map this over to the technology choices, there is a classic bell curve around cost. The closer that you want to get to real time, the higher the cost is, right? And we see this shift over, if anything, I go back, 5, 10, 15 years and working on some of this stuff. This is not a static bell curve. The technologies sometimes mean that, you may have what used to have be very expensive data to hours and minutes, or sometimes when you get all the way, it's actually really expensive when you want to get to zero. There are a bunch of building blocks here, which is where I think I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Andrew. So we'll talk about the foundation needed here to create a good data protection strategy. And it really ties into the bell curve slide you just saw. I like to talk about it it's a traditional framework called people, process, and technology. It's a framework that's been around for a long time, but it's very applicable to your disaster recovery strategies today. And starting with people, they're the most critical component to maintaining your business services during disaster events. And if you dive into that, one of the things I like to focus on is leadership. And that's really where you need to be in alignment with what the business requirements are versus what you're capable of delivering. So make sure that you talk to your CIO, and that, as Andrew mentioned earlier, the expectations are in alignment with what can be delivered from a disaster recovery approach. And then once you have your support from leadership, make sure that you're empowered to make those decisions and you're able to make the necessary adjustments as the plan progresses. The next block there is process, and process is just as critically important, which is to drill in there would be to identify your critical business services. Typically, that can be achieved by conducting a business impact analysis. A BIA is an extensive analysis of your business from top down with people, who's involved in the recovery, what application, what data sets, and it's going to help you lay out the framework for a very high quality disaster recovery plan. And then the last block there is technology. And again, that would be identifying, but at this point, it would be identifying the key systems that are that map to those business applications. So identify all of the systems, your data integration points, what critical vendors you might have that you're relying on. Maybe you have some on-prem technologies and you have some services that are running as a SaaS-based, or maybe up in Azure or AWS type things. And then another point with technology would be data mover technology. So once you get a plan in place, you're able to map the recovery requirements to the types of technologies that you might need to perform the recovery. And that's really where you start to get into this next slide, which would be our view of it as a pyramid top-down approach. So the priority tiers here will help you clearly see your cost requirements when you're strategizing about your disaster recovery. So once you have the business impact analysis completed, you'll use that report to create your recovery tiering and map in those DR solutions. So you'll be able to balance the business's recovery point objectives, recovery time objectives, those needs with the budget that you have in place. So this pyramid will be able to help you show where you can minimize the spend. If we just dive into this for a second, if you look at the bottom level there, you're looking at basically a tier 3 type application, which would be you're able to lose 24 or more hours of data. It's not a critical piece to your business, and you can take your time with recovery. It could take 72 hours, it could take a week. You would use a solution that would be inexpensive. Maybe you're actually writing data out to tape, and then you would recover from tape. Inexpensive storage. When you move into a tier 2 type recovery, you're looking at more of a 24 hours or less of data loss, and less than 24 hours recovery. So that's where you start to get into different technologies where Pure comes into play. Pure can help you with maybe you're still recovering from backup, but you're keeping your backups on fast disk technology like a FlashBlade architecture. And then when you get to a tier 1 level of recovery, it's almost your most critical systems and applications for your business. You can sustain only 15 minutes or less of data loss, and you need to recover those applications in less than 4 hours. That's where you get into something like a Pure Flash array active DR scenario. So you're doing storage replication, and you've got some automation on top to handle the recovery. Thanks, Andrew. So once you're in alignment with your leadership, you've identified the critical processes, and you've implemented the right technology, our technology solutions, you're ready to start testing. I'll say it again, you test, and test. That's where you're going to find the gaps in your plan. It might be things like you don't have enough subject matter experts to support the technology. Maybe you're just simply missing passwords, or you discover hidden data sets that were not being backed up. So testing is critical. It's very important to the overall strategy and plan, because DR is it continually changes. So this shows you a test plan where maybe you've tested, you test every 12 months, And so you can see this risk level going up in the kind of the faded red there. And then you hit to the point where you run a DR test and you reset that risk level. And you've found the gaps, you've fixed the problems, you've changed the technology, but then another 12 months goes by before you test again, and that risk level goes up again. So how do you address that? One way would be to increase your frequency of testing. And obviously each time you reset that risk level. But the best approach here is to layer on automation on top of these processes. When you layer on automation, you also reduce the rate of level of the risk factor that's going up. So, why is that? Well, automation is going to help you by being able to schedule those processes. They execute automatically. You can deliver reports automatically. And the reports will be efficient because they'll be able to show you truly where your recovery point objectives are and your RTOs are. And you're less reliance on someone remembering to do something at some point or documenting some process. And that also creates time and space for your IT engineers, so they can actually focus on more of the DR planning aspects of it. So Andrew, tell me what can happen when we don't have a good DR strategy, though?
Well, the reality is that sometimes this can be existential at an organizational level. From a recovery standpoint, we've actually seen that happen sometimes, unfortunately. And even, frankly, if we say we don't want to joke too much about this stuff, for the RGE acronym, resume generating event, right? So this is important stuff. And if not communicated well, sometimes the business doesn't even realize, or we're so busy doing stuff every day that there's not the time to stop and think about this. Or maybe, we tried to put one joke in here, you realize you end up becoming a sad panda. That we don't want that to be you, right? Even though I went to the severe spot first, this is a little bit lighter. Okay. So let's dive into where Pure and Recovery Point can help, right? Because obviously, we do need to focus in on that. So what about Recovery Point and Pure? First, I'll keep going with the Pure pieces, and then I'll tag you back, Jeff, back in for the Recovery Point. But it actually makes sense because Pure, we build the technologies, and Recovery Point creates the solutions and offerings, incorporating those, right? So where I often like to start here is the idea of just hammering or focusing, emphasizing the challenge of complexity in this space. And what I was saying, we always talk about simplicity is good, complexity is bad. Why does it matter so much here? What we're talking about are items that are potentially our last line of defense. And so if they need day-to-day care and feeding all the time to keep going, they're not going to be around when we need them. We need to do testing, but if it's every single day, we've got all this other stuff to do every day. So a couple of things from a Pure standpoint. While Pure does have a larger portfolio of things around Kubernetes focused with Portworx and FlashBlade, and we're going to focus in here on FlashArray, our unified block and file platform, okay? And on this, one of the things I like is that we often try and start with, because we have a breadth of capabilities here, we can follow that same RPO and RTO discussion. So whether you want RPO 0 and RTO 0, or, close to 0, or asynchronous replication. Now, what's notable is all of those capabilities that I just showed, and now this is a little bit more of a centric view on the capabilities, all the product names, is that all of these are included on FlashArray without extra licensing, extra hardware required. This gives a degree of operational flexibility, frankly, both for Recovery Point as they're building options into their offerings, as well as for you even as a customer if you're running Pure Gear on-prem. You don't have to think about like, ooh, if I don't plan for this, I can't move things between tiers, or I need extra licensing or extra hardware. And these are dramatically simpler to set up and keep running than a lot of the other things that I've worked with in the past. Because I've been with Pure for 4 years, but I've worked with a bunch of the other technologies. You can find them on my LinkedIn. I won't call anything out here right now. The other piece is I would be remiss if I didn't at least say the word ransomware. And you're like, check in the bingo on ransomware. But this continues to get worse. For better or worse, I started talking about this 6 or 7 years ago. You can put Andrew Miller ransomware into Google. You'll find way too much stuff, unfortunately. And here I like to emphasize this kind of before, during, and after approach. That Pure with Recovery Point can help with an approach that's very simple to implement and operate before, immutable, plus resilient, even if there's been administrative credential compromise. That's hard to think about. And if we can't restore fast enough, it almost doesn't matter. We can offer that too. Now, you may have seen one item there that I called out, administrative credential compromise. That's really hard to think about, or even sometimes this gets into the idea of air gaps, if you will. Pure has a suite of features included around what we call safe mode. This is to help with malicious data deletion scenarios, protecting against those. It's built on our immutable snapshot technology. Even the admin can't do final deletion. So that kind of gives what we'll sometimes call a permissions air gap. Air gap can be a little bit of a fuzzy term at times, I realize, but embracing that in a positive way. And we can apply this to any data set, and we don't charge for it as well. Now, all the things that I mentioned, I know, Jeff, that you've worked on building those into various recovery point capabilities. Back to you.
Yep. Thanks, Andrew. So recovery point systems, we are a pure play disaster recovery service provider, and we've been in business for over 30 years. So we offer many heterogeneous disaster recovery services for mainframe, IBM Power Systems, IBM I, x86 virtual and physical. And we have partnered with Pure Storage because they're one of the best at providing recovery in the event of disasters. So, one of the things, or some of the things we call out here really are that we offer are dedicated and multi-tenant target side flash array target storage replication solutions. So say you're running an X70, X90 at home on the primary side, we can put an X70, X90 or so on the target recovery side. And we can step up or down. Typically it would be down based on budget and disaster recovery scenarios. So say we put like a flash array C60 as the target replication solution. Either way, active DR, async replication, and safe mode capabilities are there for you. So we can provide those replication solutions based on your recovery point and recovery time objective needs. One of our unique offerings on top of this is an AIX rapid recovery service, and that combines peer-to-peer storage replication, snapshotting, and then automated LPAR recovery to restore your AIX data sets quickly. And lastly, we provide Cloud Snap, which is a feature that Pure has that you're able to offload your snapshots out to object storage. So we provide object storage services where you can point your primary flash array and use the Cloud Snap feature to send your snapshots offsite for you. And the next slide that comes up here, Andrew, is basically just for reference, but it calls out exactly what I just discussed here. So, what that helps you with, basically what we're looking at, and what with the cyber component to the threat landscape today is that you have to be able to plan for these scenarios. So ransomware is going to target your backups and your data and your infrastructure as well. And most organizations, they don't understand the nature and scope of a ransomware attack. And that's going to lead you into an inadequate and flawed response plan. So we were speaking with a cyber defense company this past March, and they said that February was the highest number of attacks in ransomware in the last 3 years. And they even said that ransomware markets have matured to a point where they have their own help desk to help you launch your own attack. So you could just be a kid in high school and you go to the ransomware help desk and say, help me get started here. How do I launch an attack? And that's just to say that the cyber landscape is ever evolving, and you have to evolve along with that. Your DR strategies and your planning and your approach to things has to evolve as well. So you need components, you need solutions in place that are going to help you to recover. Backups are your last line of defense. And at a minimum, you need some type of on-prem and off-prem solution. So with Pure flash array technologies, on-prem, you can have primary snapshotting capabilities to get you back online quickly in the event of a cyber attack. And say the cyber attack is extensive and it's really wiped you out and your whole data center is offline. Well, that's where this wheel shows you at the 5th spot here, you come to recovery point. We're going to help you bring your systems back online. At that point, you might be recovering from a backup set. But you still have that as your lifeline to bring your systems online. We can provide you with a clean room technologies where when you're recovering these systems, you can bring them up in an isolated fashion. You can run forensics analysis to sanitize the systems before you restore them back to a production state. And I like to finish off here with a best practice solution for this type of cyber deterrence, which is the 3-2-1-1-0 rule. And that's really you must keep 3 copies of data. Keep one in primary, maybe it's a flash array snapshot solution. Keep one backup, keep one offsite. Keep them in 2 different media sets. So keep a copy, maybe you keep a copy on disk, maybe it's on a snapshot, and then keep a copy that's immutable media, such as out on object storage, keep it on a flash blade solution, or write it out to tape and keep it vaulted. Keep one copy offsite, and then keep that copy air gapped. And then the final thing here, the 0 is test. As I said earlier, always test that you can recover, because technology is always changing. You have to be able to test your plan, make sure that those backup sets work, and that you are recoverable.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff, especially on the testing. I realize that's hard to do. So looking for solutions, providers that can help automate, facilitate, make the testing easier. Because just saying you should test, we all know that. But unless we automate, make it easier, it's hard to actually pull off. So we plowed through a good bit. Hopefully you learned something, maybe even a story or two that you may use inside your organization, or approaches in the architecture knowledge, how we can help, enabled by Recovery Point and Pure Storage's comprehensive, all-included, simplified, differentiated data protection capabilities. We did want to go ahead and make sure to take a couple questions here. We're close to time, but not quite at it. We tried to watch time so we could do that. So I think we've got time for just a few here. The first one I think I'll run with. So there's a question about kind of the difference between disaster recovery and ransomware recovery. And this is where I would like to think of ransomware recovery as kind of a overlap of cybersecurity and disaster recovery. Like we need to think about, for instance, the same recovery tiers, the order of recovery, the way we bring things back. A big difference, though, is in disaster recovery, we bring things back. We just push the button and we want to bring things online right away. We've done testing for that. In ransomware scenarios, we need to bring things back into an offline environment so that the incident response team, the people who are figuring out how the attacker got in, what they got access to, they feed us information. So in an offline environment, we can clean out malware, rootkits, change credentials, and then move stuff into production. There's some other differences, but that's a key one. I think, Jeff, I'll toss the next one to you. It's around, I'm going to paraphrase, but how can you balance recovery requirements with budget constraints?
Thanks, Andrew. That's a good question. And that goes back to the pyramid that I was showing you. So you need to run some type of analysis. It might be a deep dive business impact analysis, or it could be a lighter approach, something like we call it a systems impact analysis. Either way, you need to know what you have plugged in on the wire and what's critical to your business. And then based on that information, you're able to map in the technology and the solutions to meet those business needs. With Recovery Point and Pure, we can scale up or down, and we can blend solutions to make sure that you have the right technology, the right solution, and the right budget.
Last one, I'll combine a couple. It's kind of around cost and recovery. So how much do various Pure capabilities you mentioned cost? They're included, right? They're not free. They're included, right? They're part of the solution, whether it's the Pure products, the Recovery Point solution. And then for a ransomware recovery, do I need to restore back to when the attackers got into my environment, maybe months ago? And that's a common one I get, because we can't go back months back to restore our data. Like, we'll all go out of business. So it's restoring to right before the point of encryption and recovering in an offline environment. I think with that, we are out of time. We covered a lot. Jeff, thank you so much for jumping in the boat with me here today. If you all have any questions, you can see our contact information there. Over to you, Jeff, for the final word.
Thank you, Andrew. It's just been a pleasure.
Great. Thanks all. Actual Tech folks, back to you.
All right, great stuff, Andrew and Jeff. Thanks again for presenting. We do have a poll question for everybody. We really appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Recovery Point and Pure Storage on their joint solution. I could see the responses rolling in already. Thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave it up here for another moment, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. And I'd also like to remind everybody about the handouts. We've got a PDF from Recovery Point and Pure Storage there in the handouts section. So Andrew and Jeff, great presentation today. Thanks so much for educating us on Recovery Point and Pure Storage. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. And for this, we have both an Amazon gift card and a grand prize. So the Amazon gift card, the winner of that next $300 Amazon gift card is Scott Dean of Missouri. And the winner of our grand prize, which is our second Microsoft Surface Pro 9 that we're giving away today is Ricky Hudson from Arkansas. So congratulations to Scott Dean and to Ricky Hudson. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay, and now it's time for our next presentation in the Data Protection and DR Strategy MegaCast. This session comes from Haiku. Presenting for Haiku is Dave Byers, Senior Field Technologist. Dave, welcome.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so yes, I'm Dave Byers. I'm a Senior Field Technologist here at Haiku. One of the first things that I was asked to do when I came to Haiku 2 years ago was to help prepare an assessment tool, and we call that R-Score. So part of the presentation, I'm going to be talking about cloud disaster recovery, how to not make it a disaster in 2023, but I'll also share with you a little bit about R-Score, what this assessment tool actually does, but also speaking about our data management platform called Protege. So with that, let me get started. One of the things that I had done when I had built this tool, which is called R-Score, it is a ransomware assessment. We really based it upon the NIST cyber framework. To us, this is very important because we wanted to make sure that most organizations are following this when we talk about reducing cybersecurity risk. So there's basically 5 things. The identify, which is looking at systems, people, assets, and data. Then we're also looking at the protection. So it's things like identity management, access control, even awareness training for the end users. So we talk about testing the end users. So if there's a phishing attack, we want to make sure that they're well prepared and well versed on identifying things like that. And then also detection. A lot of organizations use detection tools looking for anomalies and events, looking for continuous monitoring, detection processes. And then also how to respond to that, and things like containment of cyber threats, analysis and mitigation. And then lastly is the recovery, which is about recovery planning and incident response. Now, in my slide, I've highlighted recovery because to me, that's one of the big important things that I think our end users really have to be aware of is the recovery aspect. I think a lot of people really focus on the prevention detection aspect, but when it comes to the recovery, that's where I think people have a little bit of a false belief that they can actually recover. So what do organizations think versus reality? So I think organizations believe today that, you know what, because I've got a disaster recovery plan, I do practice it, that I can successfully recover. Well, that's simply not the case. I think that when I talk to organizations, when I do these assessments, I found out that they do have disaster recovery plans, but they might not be well documented. They might not do any kind of cross-training with end users, which they need to. And then lastly, when I talk to people about incident response drills, and they typically say, well, what is an incident response drill? I have no idea what that is. I'm like, well, it's like a disaster recovery plan, but is really meant for cybersecurity threats. So we need to take a look at how to actually build those incident response plans. In this assessment that I do, it's quite extensive, and we ask a lot of questions to help prepare those end users in those organizations to make sure that we plug any holes and gaps. And it's things like, you know, what does my backup process look like? What does my security policies look like? When I do a recovery, what does that look like? Do I have change management? Do I do audits? So I ask a lot of questions. And then when I talk to C-level people, the one question I ask is, well, how do I assess within your organization for you to tell me how prepared are you to actually recover from a ransomware threat? And they say, well, I've got to ask my backup administrator, my administrators that manage my physical servers, my virtual servers, my cloud environment. I might have to reach out to my cybersecurity team, my internal auditors, and they really have no way to find that out. Well, with our score, we actually provide you with an objective score. It's like a credit score, 0 to 1,000. And the higher the score, the better prepared you are to recover from a ransomware threat. So we really kind of focus on the recovery piece, and that's what we're doing with our score. Now, I know I don't have to really read a lot of this because you realize that one of the biggest attack surfaces you have are phishing attacks. I would say it's 90+ percentile of any kind of threats that come inside of an organization tend to start with some kind of a phishing attack. And once that attack begins, then you have to look at things like suspicious changes to files or file name locations, unauthorized access to data. It might be undetected extraction of data, which you have to worry about for extortion purposes. You might look at things like file encryption, which you might have your own applications or your backup applications perform an encryption, but you need to look outside the box and see what else might be trying to do encryption that I am not calling upon. It might be looking for suspicious login attempts, and then also Active Directory domain controllers can be attacked, as well as security software, such as Haiku. And then also responding to known threats. So based on those NIST standards, the identification, protection, detection, how we respond to that, remediation of analysis. We also have things like tactical recovery, strategic recovery. So all of these things we have to follow along in developing these plans to make sure we're well prepared for those cyber threats. And each one of these are not done serially. This is a constant thing that has to be done within organizations. So anytime that I'm doing any kind of documentation, audits, testing, validation, it's really something that you want to practice all the time. You know, whether it be quarterly, twice a year, or once a year, but it has to be done. So as I talked, most companies that I speak to, when I say, let's talk about doing this assessment, they said, well, listen, I already have my prevention tools in place. I might have firewalls, port restrictions, server access. I use multi-factor authentication. I test my users for any kind of internal phishing attacks. They also tell me, well, listen, I already have my detection tools in place. So it might be a third-party tool. It might be a custom homegrown tool that's actually doing detection, looking for anomalous behavior. It might be using artificial intelligence. But what I'm amazed at is when I get to the recovery aspect, and I'm asking people about the recovery side, that's where they stumble a little bit, and they say, well, I have to ask a lot of people to make sure we can recover. And yes, they're going to say, yes, we do disaster recovery. We practice it. But I say, well, let's talk about incident response. That is a little bit different. It's really all about that recovery. So as I said, you know, we're using script third-party applications. That's what I think of a lot of organizations focus on, restricting port access to making sure that people don't have access to certain things, especially someone coming from the outside. But what I see, like I said, CEOs kind of lack the confidence today, especially when I talk to them about the recoverability. And can they actually do that? And do they test it? And do they validate? And some organizations are really not prepared to do disaster recovery tests every quarter. And they feel uncomfortable because it's overwhelming. Well, now we add to that the incident response layer as well. However, it's really good for organizations to do this because I, at one time, was a sysadmin, and I was always worried on Friday nights, am I going to get a nice weekend or be able to sleep throughout the weekend to make sure these things are not going to break, and I have to go in on a weekend or log in during the weekend and actually fix certain things. I want to make sure I've got a good night's sleep. I think administrators want that same thing. They want to make sure that they are prepared for disaster recovery events as well as cyber threats. And when I talked about R-score, I mentioned that before. It is an assessment. It will sometimes take me 2 to 3 hours to actually get through that assessment with someone. There's 100 questions. It's over 5 different categories. What actually gets generated is a PDF document that shows all the questions that I asked, all the answers that were prepared, and then also feedback. For every single possible answer that is given, we have individualized custom feedback that goes with that. And then also I sit down, I do a detailed assessment. So there's a secondary document that goes on that talks about what are my strengths that I found in that organization, what are those weaknesses, and then what do we need to do for remediation to fix those holes. So that is our score. So ransomware recovery. So I mentioned about disaster recovery, but let's talk about the incident response, because I would say out of all the assessments that I've done, 8 out of 10 roughly either have not heard of incident response, or if they have heard of incident response, they've never practiced it. It is something that is just simply not documented. And it is very similar to disaster recovery, but it is different. We're still using the same snapshots. We're still using the same backup copies, replica copies, immutable storage copies. But where it's different is going to be on the understanding of the what, where, when, and how, which typically we don't have to answer all those questions when it comes to disaster recovery, but when it comes to an incident response, we certainly have to understand where the attack occurred, how it occurred, where it started, and we have to look at doing containment. So for me, I need to have a very robust incident response plan written up, and it's constantly modified. So as you know, data centers today, public cloud environments today, they're very dynamic and they change a lot. And I usually advise customers, I said, well, listen, when you develop these plans, they're constantly in motion because anytime you have major changes in the environment, within the infrastructure, adding new servers, moving physical workloads to virtual, or moving a virtual workload into the cloud, then that is changing the complexity of that environment. We need to make sure that you're updating constantly those incident response plans. We also have to understand who the key players are and what their responsibilities are. We have to understand any kind of dependency change within applications. You look at an application, sometimes applications are dependent upon things like a SQL server, an Oracle server, any other database. But we have to understand those dependency changes. We also have to look at tiering, different tiered levels, because once I go through either a disaster or an incident response, we have to understand where that attack took place, where it started, and then when I need to go back and how far back I need to roll back to actually begin my recovery. So there's a lot that goes involved in this, and I think that people think that because I've got disaster recovery plans, that should be good enough to recover from an incident cyber threat, but it's not. So there's a lot more that goes into it. And then we also look at adjusting communication plans. So there's a lot of communication that goes on within the organization, because when you move from a commercial, large commercial, or to an enterprise account, typically you've got a lot of different groups that are engaged at different levels that are doing different things. From my backup team, I might have the administrators that protect my virtual machines, my physical servers, my cybersecurity teams, my internal or external auditors. If I do any kind of penetration testing internally, I have to involve a lot of people. So as I'm making changes in that environment, I make changes to my documentation, I make changes to my test plans. I want to make sure I've got really good communication between all of those groups to make sure that those incident response plans are updated and they work perfectly. So Haiku Protege, this is our data management platform. If you've not heard of Protege, we've been around for about 5 years. We've received 2 rounds of funding, and one of the things that we're looking at today too is when we look at the challenges around disaster recovery in the cloud era. People not only are protecting data locally, but they now have a hybrid cloud agenda as well. So they protect data on-prem, they might have workloads in the cloud, or they simply might use that cloud to move data into outside storage like a public cloud vendor, where they can actually utilize immutable storage. And then we have also the in-cloud. So those are people who are actually using cloud all the time, and they're not using something that's on-prem or even a hybrid cloud. And there's challenges with that too. I know when you go from on-prem into the cloud, there might be agents that are required for either the backup application itself that requires certain agents, or you have to have agents that get dropped onto applications or databases to protect those, either from a virtual or a physical. So the one thing that Haiku wanted to do is we want to make sure that we had built this, that it was a true SaaS application that's purpose-built for the cloud. It's going to be something that's very simple, but also that supports an on-prem, hybrid, as well as multi-cloud enablement. We also wanted to build it for self-service as well as multi-tenancy, and then also security first. So that is Protege, and that is really how we built this out. As I mentioned, we do have on-premise. Now, the one thing I liked about what Haiku does is that we are completely agentless. So from a virtual to a physical perspective, we don't require any agents to be pushed out onto any servers whatsoever. I've spent a lot of time doing data protection since 2005, and I know that when you talk to DBAs, and as soon as you say, I want to protect your workloads, the first question they're going to ask is, you're not going to put an agent on that box, are you? That's the question. So whether it be a physical server or a virtual server, there's no agents required. When we move these workloads into the cloud, the same thing. We are completely agentless when we move data into the cloud. I think one of the challenges people have today is if they're going from an on-prem solution and they want to move those workloads into the cloud, is, well, how easy is it to do that? Well, that is something that is very easy with Protege, because now I can actually take the data from an on-prem and actually do a migration into the cloud. And it's a very simple way to move those workloads in the cloud. I think a lot of people have challenges going from an on-prem into the cloud. When we talk about physical servers, the on-prem solution with physical servers, I can also migrate those physical servers into the cloud and make it a very easy experience for the end user. And then we also do multi-cloud support, completely agentless and also migration. The one thing that we can do that's really nice with Protege is we now can actually do a migration from cloud to cloud. So if you have multi-cloud vendors that you're currently working with, whether it be Azure and AWS or AWS and GCP, I can actually move those workloads back and forth between those cloud vendors and easily within the same console. And so this is a real quick look at what we're doing with the transformation of data protection as a true SaaS solution, but we protect Nutanix, VMware, GCP, Microsoft, AWS, and Microsoft 365. I do have one slide at the very end. I did not have time to actually put this in the slide deck, but we also have something now called our cloud. A lot of organizations use SaaS applications within the cloud. And it was interesting when I found this out. There's like 17,000 plus applications that are SaaS-based applications that can run in the cloud between those three vendors. One of the challenges people have is that they have the misnomer of, because it runs in the cloud, the data is protected. Well, you know what? The application is protected. The infrastructure underlying that application is protected. When it comes to the data sets, you'll usually find out those SaaS vendors will say, no, it's up to you to make sure those workloads are protected. So we now have a development platform that we open up to our cloud service providers as well as our partners and the SaaS vendors themselves, where they can actually develop on one of our APIs to actually protect those SaaS workloads in the cloud. So now we open up a marketplace, and that marketplace enables us to protect those SaaS workloads that are typically left unprotected. So I'll show one of the later slides, but you'll get to see a little brief introduction of what that actually looks like. So the seamlessly fail over into the cloud. The key capabilities is that it's on-prem solution and recovery to the cloud. So we can protect those on-prem workloads, but we can easily move those workloads into the cloud, or if you simply want to use that cloud for, say, immutable storage. We want to take advantage of, say, S3 immutable storage within those cloud platforms. We have easy ways to move that data directly into the cloud. And like I mentioned, we use Google Cloud. We do Azure, AWS. We could use those for DR target sites. So when we're talking about disaster recovery, for those of you who have hybrid cloud environments, you might have a secondary data center that is offsite that you use for that DR. I think what a lot of people want to do when they talk about actually utilizing that cloud is actually utilize that cloud for a disaster recovery location. And so we actually make it a very seamless way and actually to help you move those workloads into the cloud for disaster recovery purposes. And then also we're true SaaS. So you only have to pay for the compute and storage as you need it. And some of the differentiators is that this product, Protege, was specifically designed and built for Nutanix. So for those of you who have Nutanix environments on premise, we certainly work extremely well with Nutanix. And it has the same look and feel as Nutanix. And I think it's one of the best ways to actually protect the Nutanix environment is with Protege. Something else that is a differentiator as well for us too is we also have auto detection of the virtual servers on-prem, our physical servers on-prem. And if I have workloads that run in the cloud, I also have auto discovery capabilities there also. So when we install Protege, from the very beginning to the very end, I am protecting data within 30 minutes. And because I have the auto discovery feature enabled, I can see everything within my environment, from physical to virtual. If it's application specific, I can actually see those applications themselves. The only thing that I need to do is I need to put in the credentials for those applications once I discover those, but it makes it very seamless. The other thing too is that absolutely no agents. And I think a lot of people are quite surprised when I say, you know, you can protect your physical servers on-prem. There are no agents required whatsoever. If I'm protecting an application in a cloud environment, no agents whatsoever. So we are 100% agentless completely. And then also the reporting is really unique too. So the reporting is built into it. You don't have to have a secondary tool that is not part of the primary platform. Protege also enables you to do all of your reporting built into Protege itself. There's no third party that you have to rely upon. There's no secondary application I've got to install with a SQL Server database that sits behind it. It is all part of Haiku. It just comes with it. And then also the key capabilities here, cross-regional recovery for GCP, AWS, and Azure. And I know that a lot of organizations I speak to, they don't just use one public cloud vendor. they might rely upon 1, 2, or 3 public cloud vendors. And what I like about that too is I have easy ways to move data between those cloud vendors. Quite easy. And once you're in the cloud, like I said, it's 100% SaaS. It makes it very simple to stand that environment up. You simply go to the marketplace, you download Haiku Protege, and within 30 minutes, you're protecting those workloads in the cloud. And it is, since we utilize all the APIs for those clouds, it is purpose-built. Everything is cloud native. So it's a very easy way to get the environment stood up and used. Let's skip over this one. This slide, I'm sorry, actually replicates some of that. So now this will be the call to action. This will be the last slide that I share with you. So if you have any questions, I'd more than welcome them. But I've included 2 links on here. One is our Haiku webpage, the haiku.com. The second one is the www.getarscore.org. This is kind of give you a really brief example of what the R-score assessment will look like. It is very brief. It's the same 5 categories as the larger assessment, but it's only 23 questions. So it'll only take you about 15 minutes to go through that. But this will actually give you an idea of where you might stand as far as recovery from a ransomware event. What I'm showing here on the lower left-hand side is some of the output, and this is just very brief because some of the reports I've done can be extensive. So this will show you the different sections that we have and then how they score in each of those sections. And then, like I said, it's like a FICO-like score. We present you with a final score. We eventually like to see people up into the 900s is where we'd like to see. And then lastly, on the right-hand side, so this is what our cloud actually looks like, but I know it's kind of hard, so I kind of blew it up here. But we will do the auto detection of any SaaS applications the organization might be using. So here I'm showing I've got engineering. In engineering, I have got different applications, SaaS applications that I'm actually using. You also might find like your marketing team is going to be using different applications. Your sales team might be using different SaaS applications. So we break that down into a nice GUI that you can actually drill down into. You can zoom into it. You can see what is actually being protected as my SaaS environment goes. This tool actually even tell me if a SaaS backup vendor is protecting their own data or not. So now you have visibility into what that SaaS vendor is doing or not doing with your data. So very, very nice tool that we have. And with that, I will open it up for questions. I know it went through that very fast because I can actually talk for hours on this, but I had to make it for you.
No, Dave, that was great. And yeah, let's leave this slide up here during the Q&A so people can follow those live links. But you know, I'm fascinated by this R-score. That seems like a really good tool. And one of the things that I was wondering about is, you know, I think you made a reference to being sort of like a credit score, a FICO score. You know, when you look at those subcategories there, are they relatively equally weighted, or is it like a credit score where, you know, like they more heavily weight your payment history, your available credit? You know, how does that work?
That is a fabulous question. So when we built this, I really had built this with the NIST standards in mind, but we also had feedback from Mandiant, FireEye, Boston College, and we also had some other outside third-party cybersecurity groups looking at this too to validate what we're doing is correct. Now, these scores that you're looking at, and it's not a simplistic score. Yes, you're correct. It is weighted. There are weightings that go through each of those main categories. But underneath each of those main categories, there are subsections. Those subsections then get weighted. And then the actual questions within those subcategories additionally get weighted. So there was a lot of calculations that go into this. And I tell people it is proprietary information on how we actually did this. But we had some people from Boston College that actually helped us with how to do this and how to weight it properly.
Very cool. So that's really interesting to know, like, the thought that went into it behind there as well. That's really neat.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, go ahead. People have done these assessments. They some will be embarrassed because their score they thought was going to be higher than it should have been. And I said, listen, this is a good baseline to start from because now we can pinpoint where the holes in your environment are within each of these categories. So even if you have a category that shows green, we still might have some underlying issues in those areas that we have to address. So just because it's green, we don't ignore it. So the detailed report that I actually generate will actually show here's where your strengths are, here's where you're doing industry best practices, but then here's your weaknesses. We dive into those weaknesses and provide them with details on this is what you need to do to resolve that.
Okay. Yeah, and Russell from the audience, is not a question but more a comment. He says, "I like a good score mechanism, great for explaining upstream."
Yes.
So really when it's simplified. Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, so you made a really strong case for having an incident response plan separate from a disaster recovery plan, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about like what are the main things organizations miss if they just do a standard like DR plan? They don't do incident response.
That's another good question too. So when you think about disaster recovery, I'm dating myself here. I have been a sysadmin from 1995 going forward before I became a system engineer in 2005. So I was doing a lot of work around disaster recovery with a hedge fund that I had worked for that managed billions of dollars worth of other people's assets. We had to be all the way up to 7 nines of protection because they had worked with so much money that any small amount of downtime was critical. So we had to have these super robust disaster recovery plans. So when you think about disaster recovery, and I live in the Houston area, so every spring we're always concerned about hurricanes. So we want to make sure we have those robust disaster recovery plans. But disaster recovery plans are built with the intent of either I'm going to have a planned or an unplanned outage. Whether someone deletes a file, wipes out a VM, I have a host that goes offline that drops 5 or 10 VMs, then I need to do recovery to that. And there could be other disaster recovery that has can take place, but I have to do recovery from that. Typically, it's going to be coming from the latest known good backup or snapshot, and that is what I'll do is I will try and pull the data in from that. Now, with an incident response, it's different because you might not be able to rely on that data. I might not be able to rely on that snapshot or backup because, well, it might be encrypted. It might contain malware. So there has to be forensics. One of the things that you're not doing with recovery plan or disaster recovery plans is you don't have to worry about any kind of forensics unless it's, a major outage. But typically you don't have to do the who, what, where, why. You just simply have to know, when was that fire? I need to go back to the latest date. In an incident response plan, I have to do a lot of forensics to figure out when I can go back and how far back to actually recover to a specific point to where that malware did not exist. And then how deep did they actually penetrate into my environment? So incident response addresses a lot of those things. And unfortunately, like I said, 8 out of 10 people I speak to do not know about it. But now that they've gone through the assessment, they're like, thank goodness we spoke because now I know about it and now I know what to do. I actually have links that will actually show you, well, here's 4 different incident response plans you can choose from. Pick the one that is most suitable for your environment, and that's going to give you a good starting point. We also do what's called like an R-score audit. That audit then will go through, we just did with R-score, and that R-score audit will then say, well, let's take a look at all your weaknesses. We'll address those. We'll make sure we audit those in this audit tool. And then from that tool, we're going to go on and say, okay, now let's go ahead and retake our score 6 months from now because we made major changes, major improvements. And I like this too because people say, well, hey, I don't have to worry about any kind of guarantee because now I've plugged all the holes. I don't want to have a piece of software that might say of this guarantee. We can make sure you're going to get your data back. They appreciate this tool because now they have a way to look at that environment and find a way to actually repair some of the holes that they might have. And it can be even processes because I address things on process controls, change management, internal and external auditors, penetration testing. So there's a lot of things I talk about during this assessment to help people get ready. And now obviously with Haiku, and I've got this really robust tool and very simple to use to actually be able to get to that point to recovery. Good question.
Yeah, no, great clarification. I really appreciate it. And I did throw up the poll here, just for additional information people would like from Haiku. So yeah, we'll just leave that up here for a minute. And I did want to call out one thing that you mentioned. You said 7 nines of availability, which is like what, 3 seconds per year?
Way out.
That's insane.
When you deal with billions of dollars worth of money, when you say I've got a minute of downtime, you know how much money that just costs the business? It's a lot. Yeah. So we had to be that far out.
Dave, unfortunately, we're just about up on time, but do you have any sort of maybe a high-level best practice to leave people with, or just a recommendation as far as getting started with Haiku?
So for me, the best practice is always have good verified backups that you practice and you schedule those. that is one of the things that I see people that they do not do, is they don't have these things that are scheduled. So when I do these assessments, that's what I'm seeing. I also want to make sure people are following the 3-2-1 or 3-2-1-1-0 rule. I want to make sure that people have those 3 copies of the data. 2 of them are in different types of media, and 1 is always off-site. 1 is going to be immutable, 0 errors. So as long as people are practicing those good rules, that is the very basics of it. But when you go through a Haiku R score, that's where I really get into the meat of what we need to do across those 5 different segments and how we can actually get them to a certain place. Internally here at Haiku, if you're using Haiku, we also have disaster recovery plans that are already drawn up and ready to go that we can actually share with people, whether it be an on-prem hybrid or a cloud solution for incident response and disaster recovery. So yeah, all good stuff.
Excellent. All right, well, Dave, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate the update on Haiku and great presentation.
Sure. Great. Thanks again.
Thanks. Okay, and thanks everybody who has filled out the poll. We're going to go ahead and advance out of that, and it is time for our next prize drawing. And the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Larry Reeton from Illinois. So congratulations to Larry. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And we're going to have a slight change of pace in our data protection planning MegaCast now. I'm going to bring Nikita Omkar and Kevin Lomax on camera for a face-to-face conversation about DR planning and data protection strategy. And I'm really excited about this one. They've both got great insights and some hard-won experience. Nikita's perspective is as a senior product marketing manager from Cohesity, and Kevin is bringing experience from the field as a director of technical services for Pearl River Community College. So I'm going to turn things. I'm going to bring Nikita up and Kevin to get us started here.
Thanks, Scott. And thank you, Kevin, for giving us your time today. I hope the audience is going to find this conversation very enlightening. So before we dig right in, tell us about Pearl River Community College and your role in the IT team there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nikita. So Pearl River Community College is the 4th largest community college in the state of Mississippi. We have a total of 15 community colleges. We serve about 5,500 active students and 650 faculty and staff members. I serve as the director of technical support. I have 6 direct reports, and within those 6, I have one systems administrator and 1 network administrator. I also am a 20-year retired Army veteran, so I've served my time to my country. So here at Pearl River, we store a vast array of data from transcripts, demographics, students' GPAs, test scores, and then we have all of our faculty staff file shares and generalized data like that. So with that, any loss of data that we would have would definitely be catastrophic. We'd have revenue losses. It'd be a publicity nightmare just because higher ed. And then it would definitely affect student retention. I mean, how many students want to go to a school that has a known ransomware attack or know that their data possibly could have been be publicly out there on the web somewhere. So, and to add to all of that, we also live in Tornado Alley. So that always helps with having on-prem backups and stuff like that. And then we're geographically located in a high-risk area for hurricanes, which starts June 1st. So we'll be dealing with that here very shortly. And with all that, we just knew that our on-premise backups that we currently have or had were not going to be a viable option, just specifically, if not anything, just due to location.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for your service. Before I get into the details, can you give the audience some rough background of what kind of data sources you protect, and also the general amount of data that you're backing up?
So we're protecting, like I said, all of our student data. We're protecting, all of the student files or the faculty staff file shares. And we're backing up about 15 terabytes of data now, both on premise and in the cloud as well.
So a lot of them are VMs, database
Yes.
information, things like that. Okay, awesome.
Very, very large VMware virtual farm.
Okay, great. So now that we know that background, what was the trigger that prompted you to evaluate data protection solutions?
So approximately 8 months ago, I still remember it like yesterday, was pretty much a D-Day around here, the day that I wanted to hide up under my desk and not come out until I saw the sun come back up, which is few and far between. So we were the target of a ransomware attack. We were currently on, at that point, we're on some Dell data domains, replicating with Veeam. We had just on-prem backups. We had one here and one at our DR site. So after the attack, we knew that we definitely had to have some type of backup in the cloud, immutable, that we knew we could have confidence in and that we could get to. So, and we also needed to know that we could recover it quickly. So we went out, we evaluated and did some proof concepts with some different vendors. We used Rubrik, we used Dell CyberVault, which made absolute sense since we were already on the data domains. We used Acronis, and we even used Cohesity. So we did proof concept on those. We took a look at those, and we went through some very long days and sophisticated proof concepts, and Cohesity checked all of those boxes, both for on-prem and the cloud. So it added to it. We were already on Cisco UCS, so we were very familiar. At that point in time, you really don't want to add any more to your system or network administrator, add them new management solutions or anything like that. So it made it much easier also to be able to transition to Cohesity, build it on the UCS platform, and manage it with Cisco, with Intersight. So we knew definitely that was some of the key things that we had when we were evaluating. We looked at Cohesity. They had the data protect, which is, it checks the encryption box. It uses the AES 256 encryption. It requires MFA. It uses the role-based access control, and even has the worm capability for all your backup snapshots. So all of that, putting that in that immutable state, that was some things that we felt we really would be able to get some good quality sleep knowing our backups were on that. And then it also added that vaulted third copy, Fort Knox. Being a retired military member, Fort Knox was that great keyword that kind of struck me right off the bat. It's like, oh, Fort Knox, that's where all the gold's at. Well, we just want our backups there.
It's funny, a lot of customers have told us that they love that name. So yeah, it really makes sense.
That's right. So that was a big piece to it. And then it used the quorum. We always talk about safety deposit box style. You can't go and I can't go get all your money out of your safety deposit box unless I have your key and my key, and vice versa. So, and then also once you get all that done, Cohesity also has to approve it, release it. So it just adds a lot more pieces to this puzzle. And it also has, the next piece is when you have backups, you got to know you have good backups. Cohesity also uses the anomaly detection feature. So, and that detects different anomalies if they happen when you're backing up. So you don't back up a copy that potentially could be, possible ransomware, bad actors trying to get in there and mess with your stuff. It'll detect that, it'll spin that up, and it'll show it to you.
That's great. That's great. And, you kind of answered my next question already, which was talking about the security aspects of Cohesity. Thank you for, sharing all of those, evaluation criteria that you went in for both Cohesity Data Protect, which is our backup solution, but also the additional Cohesity Fort Knox data vaulting solution. And if I may just ask, I'm surprised to hear that you already had data domain and you still went with Cohesity for vaulting. Talk about that. You must have seen some benefits in the Cohesity solution in Fort Knox.
Oh, absolutely. In Fort Knox, like I said, the quorums were huge. Just knowing the security and seeing the immutability and the virtual air gap, that's a big piece. That's the one thing nowadays that we don't have that we used to have with tapes. Back in the day, you had tapes, take tape out, you go store it under your mattress at home. You've got a copy here, copy, however many thousands of miles away. Well, that's what that virtual air gap would do for us. And I mean, we were so sure about Cohesity that we still have over a year of maintenance and support sitting on those Dell data domains, sitting on a shelf unplugged. So, I mean, that's a lot of money just sitting out there that we knew the risk was definitely much, much better than the reward. So
Okay.
it was easy for us to make that change.
That sounds great. And that takes me to the next question, what are the benefits that, you reaped after implementing the Cohesity solution?
Well, that commercial that says if you're going to get a good night's sleep, if you're going to get a good night's sleep of 6 hours, make sure you get a better night's sleep of 6 hours. And that's what my employees and I talk about all the time is that since Cohesity, we feel like we get a much better 6 hours of sleep at night, knowing that our data is both protected on premise with the data protect, and we've got that vaulted third copy in Fort Knox. So that's a big piece of it is the reassurance. We can now recover files or even entire VMs within minutes, using the data protect on-prem feature. So some of the things that we found is we can, in a quarter of the time, we can recover on premise now with Cohesity through data protect with rapid recovery versus what we're able to do with Veeam. And we didn't have the cloud perspective last time, but now we do. And we've tested it and we can actually do a terabyte per hour. And like I said before, we're doing 15 terabytes. So, I mean, that's a huge piece to be able to do 15 terabytes in 15 hours and be completely back up and running is just unimaginable today in
Absolutely
society. So
we
also have yes, absolutely. We also have the cost savings on cyber insurance. That's a big piece of it. I said before I had 6 people on my team, 1 network admin, one systems administrator. I mean, that's pretty lean. That's pretty thin. That doesn't give you there's not a lot of fluff on each side. So having the rapid recovery, the ease of recovery, that's huge. It gives them time. It allows me to afford them time to work on other things like career progression, gives them a little better work-life balance. So we're definitely pleased with the results. And the irony is I've actually been to 2 different Cohesity sponsored events and kind of out of the crowd, I volunteered to go up and do some Q&As and just share my story. I mean, that's kind of the big thing that we preach about this is just telling everybody, let us share our story. We've put this out in front of all 15 community colleges in the state, other state agencies, just trying to let them know the success that we've seen from getting on Cohesity.
That's awesome. Great to hear that, Kevin. You spoke about cyber insurance. Did Cohesity, backup and cyber vaulting help get you cyber insurance in the first place?
So anybody who's filled out any application for cyber insurance knows what used to be about a half to a whole page questionnaire is now about 4 to 6 pages. So obviously, having all those additional layers of security have not only helped with that, but usually when I fill that out, I can kind of get it done with 1 ink pen now, instead of using about 4 or 5, trying to write on it all the possible justifications of why we didn't have so many different things before.
Yeah, that's great. And I guess the immutability and offsite copy of on Fort Knox really helps,
Oh, that's huge. Absolutely.
For cyber insurance. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
yeah, that's huge.
This is really great. I also wanted to check, since we are almost close up on time and we want to leave some time for Q&A. Can you share one thing that you would like our audience to learn from your experience? Something that you wish you had known before?
So first and foremost, before I get into what I knew, one thing that I always stress to everyone is I'm an Army male. I'm very egotistical, very prideful. Don't be too prideful. In all of this, one of the biggest things is pride. Nobody wants to tell somebody, hey, by the way, we were hit with ransomware. Well, by telling somebody could prevent somebody else from getting hit by that same possible ransomware scenario. So let people know. But another piece, the one thing I wish we knew is we didn't know at the time that when you get a cybersecurity policy, they're only going to pay out one time in that calendar year. So, statistically, I think it's 50 to 60% of people who were hit with ransomware are hit again within that same year. So if you get hit that first time and you pay that ransom, you better be prepared for the next time, because cybersecurity is not going to cover that the next time. And we didn't know that. So knowing that, we had to go with something that we knew without a shadow of a doubt that we could recover from. And that's how we landed with Cohesity. And most importantly for us, the data protect is great, but the Fort Knox piece was insurmountable for us.
That's great. And thank you so much, Kevin, for sharing all your personal experiences. And I hope our audience found it very useful, and it helps them devise a data protection and disaster recovery strategy for their organization. Over to you.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Nikita and Kevin, that was a great discussion there. We do have some audience questions coming in. Kevin, this first one is for you. I want to know, why would anyone want to steal your data? And I mean, it's interesting, when you talk about like financial institutions, everybody knows that's where the money is. Healthcare, with regulatory stuff and compliance, they've got, attackers have the institutions over a barrel. But, what do bad guys do with student data?
So obviously, student data is huge. I mean, a lot of people don't see it, but you think about what are you getting from students? I mean, you're getting phone number, name, home address, parents' information. I mean, just from simple things like that, they can reach out and then they can go laterally from there. So, and students have proved time and time again, unfortunately, they're very willing to give their data. So it time and time again, it proves to be an easy target and also a very hard target to protect.
Well, as a parent of two college students, you just sort of gave me chills there. So,
and I have one starting in the fall, and trust me, I will be watching his activity daily.
Nikita, this next one is for you. They're asking, what's the difference between archiving and replicating to the cloud and to Cohesity Fort Knox?
So actually, thanks, Scott, for airing that question. And this is one that we get very commonly at Cohesity. So how it differs, customers can always archive to the cloud or replicate to another location to have a backup copy, in case their on-prem backup copy, is compromised in some way. But what they don't understand is that with ransomware, if the primary copy is encrypted or altered, it could also affect the backup copy and also the replicated or archived copy, because there's no way to guarantee that the ransomware attack didn't, go over to the other copies of data. Immutability, while some solutions have it, you can't really say that, with confidence at least, that this is the point in time that the data was clean. There's a lot of, forensics that customers need to do. It's difficult to ascertain which is the clean copy of data and when they can confidently recover back to. And so there are a lot of security measures that you need to have so to prevent any kind of bad actors, whether it's internal, people with authorized access, say a disgruntled employee or rogue admin who wants to create havoc or take revenge on the company for getting laid off, and that's sadly increasingly common in today's, economic conditions. Or say even a ransomware attack or state-sponsored security breach that happens. There's a lot of things that customers need to do themselves: provision MFA, provision access control, have a quorum, make sure that there's an actual air gap so that nothing that affects the primary or backup copies on-prem can affect that offsite copy. And that's why, having an isolated air-gapped copy in Cohesity Fort Knox is very important, because that's sort of like a gold copy. that no one can access. No one can delete or change past data because it's made immutable through AWS Object Lock. So you can say with confidence that the data that you are recovering is a clean copy of that data.
Okay. All right, great. There's another one here. Are there multiple versions of Fort Knox available? What are the differences between different versions?
Yes, that's a good one too. And a lot of our listeners may not already know, but there are more than one option of Cohesity Fort Knox available today. Customers can choose between the Fort Knox warm storage tier or the Fort Knox cold storage tier, both of which are hosted on AWS, to meet varied business recovery and cost objectives. Depending on their use case, they can pick the warm tier for vaulting data to meet stringent recovery SLAs with immediate almost recoveries, or the cold tier for data that can tolerate longer recovery times, but must be securely retained for long term to meet compliance requirements.
Okay. All right, excellent. Another one here about Cohesity. What do customers need Fort Knox if they already have a Cohesity backup cluster that is immutable?
So that's also another one which we get a lot. Organizations have many, data protection strategies to prepare for the worst case scenario. So generally, we see that customers have a 3-to-1 alternative, where they have 3 copies of data and 2 different media and one of them offsite. And the offsite copy has historically been magnetic tapes or parallel data center for hosting an offsite copy. But that means there's a lot of overheads for the IT team to maintain that, cost overheads, etc. So what Fort Knox does is it creates an immutable copy of the data in a Cohesity managed cloud vault via a virtual air gap. So Fort Knox data is not hosted in the same environment as the production or the primary copy of data. The Fort Knox data can be configured to be held in a completely different location than the primary or the backup copies. And moreover, the vault is kept very secure and separate from the customer's own AWS instance. This results in an improved security posture overall, and also helps to protect their vaulted data from internal and external bad actors.
Okay, excellent. Kevin, another one here for you. What are some of the most common reasons for data security breaches at educational institutions, and how can we defend against them?
So yet again, I'm not going to give you the warm and fuzzy here, but obviously students are one of the biggest targets. I mean, they're just being able to get any or all of their data and how they can get it and leverage it. Another big piece is just lack of security knowledge and awareness. We every year when we start school, we welcome back all our faculty staff. We do an IT security little briefing, and everything we say goes in one ear and out the other. And then 2 days later, they're asking us, well, why is this? Why is that? So, we constantly, once or twice a month, we're phishing our employees, trying just to get that knowledge out there. But that's definitely why it makes these educational facilities such a hotbed for these ransomware attacks. And that, like I said before, the biggest way to prevent it is cybersecurity, phishing, education, making sure you have a backup solution in the cloud that's immutable, that you can get access to if you need it, and you can recover from. It's that whole mindset nowadays. I've said this a million times. It's not about if, it's about when you're going to get hit by a ransomware attack. And I tell people that all the time. And if you do, can you recover? And that's the key. I mean, you see it all over the world. It's shutting businesses, schools, things down when they get hit and can't recover. And also MFA. You got to implement MFA any and everywhere you possibly can, because it's just adding that additional layer of security with that multi-factor layer in there.
Okay. And I think we're about up on time, but Nikita, just if somebody wants to get started with Cohesity, what would you recommend that they do, or where should they start?
Thanks, Scott. There's a lot of information on our website, so I recommend everyone to go and check out www.cohesity.com. And if they want to get a first-time hands-on feel for our data protection solutions, there's a free trial page as well on the website. So please feel free to go check that out.
All right. Excellent. Well, thanks both of you for this discussion. This has been really informative. Really appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Jess, coming back at you. Scott, thank you for that. You can head on off for some coffee, well deserved. What a fun discussion and some really great information there. I really want to thank Nikita and Kevin for that. And for those of you that are thinking that, you're just kind of dipping your toe in the water and you need a little bit more info, there's a poll up on the screen for you there asking you what additional information you would like to get about the Cohesity solution. So click on that poll and get some more, data sheets, white papers, case studies, whatever you have in mind, they've got something for you. So click on the poll and get that follow-up information. Now, while you're doing that, I'm also going to remind you to head on over to the handouts tab, click on the Cohesity link. You can get started with a free trial. We talk about this all the time. Those trials, those demos, they're so key. It's really important. It's come up a couple of times today, having those unique environments and finding the right tool solution platform for you starts with really understanding it. So head on in, get that trial rolling, and see if that's going to be a good fit for you. While you're polling and handouting, I will be prizing. So let's go ahead and give away a prize. Up next, we have a $300 Amazon gift card going to someone who is here, present and live with us at the MegaCast, and that someone is Kevin Hanlon of California. Kevin Hanlon of California, congratulations. Now, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win. Well, maybe not lots. Oh boy. Oh my goodness, folks. We're here at the end. I was thinking we were rolling for, hours more because this has been so interesting, but we are right at the end. We have one more chance to win a prize, but there are still those opportunities to win that best question gift card from each session. So get those questions in. And again, we evaluate after we wrap. All right. Well, speaking of coming to the end here, I don't know how this has happened because we have had such a fun day, but here we are at our very last presentation of the day. And here's the good news though. We have one heck of a grand finale lined up for you all because to wrap up our MegaCast today, we will be chatting with Jeff Herbert, Director of Strategic Alliances Data Protection at Vast Data, and Mike Zola, Technical Director, Data Protection, also at Vast Data. I am so excited to jump into what's going on at Vast, and as I said, we are already at the end. It's been a great day, and I know Jeff and Mike are really going to bring us home in style. So, Jeff, I'm going to kick things on over to you. Take it away.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I really hope that at the end of the day here, I can keep up with the energy you've got. At least give some entertainment here. Very impressed, for sure. So, hey, thank you everyone for joining us here. I know it's been a long day already. Actually, I'm going to go to my next pretty picture here so you can see who we are. So my name is Jeff Herbert. Obviously joining me here is Mike Zola as well. We're going to go through a little bit in terms of kind of the story of Vast, why we think you guys should be paying attention to us. But I wanted to start with a little bit of history. So before joining Vast, I have been doing consulting and managed services for about 20 years in data protection. And in that time, this slide has existed in some way, shape, or form. And it starts with kind of the concepts around a recovery plan. Whether you call it a disaster recovery plan, as you might have 10 or 15 years ago, or a ransom recovery plan, as you might today, the idea is there's some fundamental building blocks when you're thinking about a solution and a way to protect your data. You learned a lot of information today, slightly different take on things, but I wanted to at least cover it from this side of things. So obviously the first building block here is knowing what you're protecting, where it is, and what priority it has in your organization. Right? You don't want to protect all your data the same way. It doesn't have the same level of business value, right? So when you think about protecting it, what you're really trying to understand is what data do I need to get back first? In my consulting career, I spent a lot of time working with customers to help them prioritize tiers of data, where it would live, how it could be stored in the production environment, and then, okay, when I go to recover it, how long do I have to recover those things? You need to understand where your data lives, but as we talk about on the next slide here, it's a little bit different change from the Vast side of things. The thing that's changed in the last couple of years, building block number 2, is protecting your backups. It used to be you could put stuff on tape, you knew it was secure. Well, now you put it on disk or flash, depending on what you might be using as your backup target. You're not sure about that anymore. Many times I convinced customers to actually call their backup service backup 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Right? We had targets that were called backup libraries or backup targets. The problem with that is once you call something backup in today's world, you are giving your ransomware attackers or your rogue admins clear targets to go after. And the reality is today, the attackers, before they do anything in your environment, they change your backup structure, right? Whether it's deleting data, changing your retention times, making it really hard for you to recover that data when you need it most. So we're kind of taking a little shift here, thinking, how do you protect the backup data as well as all of your production data that's out there? Right? The reality is you have to be successful 100% of the time in order to say, yeah, we're secure, versus the attackers only have to be successful one time, right? So they have much better odds of being able to figure out how to get into your data. So you have to make sure you're protecting things effectively. A little bit of the consulting side of me again, run books. Really terrible to think about all the documentation people should be doing and probably don't. But when we talk about a ransomware attack, there is definitely a series of things you need to document. But you also want to make sure you've got multiple copies of that run book. I've had too many customers who actually have been hit by ransomware who found out their recovery plan was included in that attack. They had actually no idea where to even start because everything they had planned for and prepared and documented was actually encrypted or wiped out as part of the attack. So basic rule of thumb, if you develop your run book, make sure you print a copy of it and then store the copies, electronic versions of it, multiple places so you have a chance to actually recover that. Here's my last bullet point here, right, in terms of preparing your plan. It's one thing to say, yep, I've gone through all the preparation, I've protected my backups, I know what I have to recover, what order I'm going to recover it in, I've documented all of that, and then you just hope, right? Too many of my customers in the consulting world actually didn't bother to actually go and test it and make sure they could get their data back. Or if they did test, they took the same mentality they might have taken under disaster recovery, which was, oh, I'm going to plan for my recovery test. I'm going to ship my tapes. I'm going to isolate my data. I'm going to build my network ahead of time. I'm going to tell everyone it's happening, and you plan for it that way. That is not the right way to test for ransomware attacks and recoveries, right? So as part of our conversation here, we're going to talk a little bit about how VAST is really changing the game when it comes to ransomware recovery, right? So as I mentioned, and Mike, who's going to join me here, I'll give a little more detail technically in terms of what we're talking about here. The first thing I want to point out is I mentioned tiers of data previously. We at VAST actually think that you no longer need to have tiers of data when it comes to actually your production environment. Our all-flash platform is designed to eliminate storage tiers on the production world by actually making it economically viable to have performance, scale, and security for your most high-intensive workloads all the way down to your archive. So we're talking about VAST in the context of being a backup target here, but ultimately that same model that you might purchase for backup is actually the same model we'll sell into a high-performing compute cluster, right? So it's important to understand that because we actually think that our approach to backups and our security-minded approach to it stems from our ability to actually think about production storage as well, right? So it's the same solution that does both of the production as well as the backup environment. So we talk about protecting the backups, right? Clearly you want to be able to secure against ransomware as well as the rogue admins, right? It does happen in your environment when someone gets frustrated and actually has access to things and starts deleting stuff, right? So object lock and indestructible snapshots are part of our approach to be able to protect the data itself once you've done your backups. Right now, obviously, your backup application has security parameters built into it as well, whether it's multi-factor authentication, it's workflow authorizations and things in that. But usually it's a multi-tiered approach to security in the backup world, and we are clearly part of that solution. When we talk about testing the environment, Mike will go through this a little bit as well, our architecture gives you the ability to test recovery scenarios without impacting production, right? So we have the compute and performance capabilities via our disaggregated shared architecture, disaggregated shared everything architecture, gives access to the data in multiple network segments. You can actually segment the networks out to be able to give access for test purposes while not impacting production. I'm going to depend on Mike to help me go walk through that a little bit more detail. And then finally, we want to talk a little bit about what happens when you get attacked, right? So now you've tested it, you know your data is protected, but what actually happens? What if you didn't actually have to run a series of restores to get the data back? Again, having dealt with multiple customers hit by ransomware previously, If you think about a purpose-built backup appliance and its ability to recover data from slow spinning disk, you actually end up with significant bottlenecks trying to get data back. If you had to restore hundreds of terabytes, it might take you hundreds of days. I had one particular customer of mine who had a very large spinning disk solution. It took them over 8 weeks to recover 100 terabytes of data. That's not practical for most of the customers that are out there, right? So from the VAST side of things, we really think we've come up with a solution that actually can change the game and actually help you from a ransomware recovery perspective. So with that, I'm going to ask Zilla to step in, please.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, great update. And when we really start looking at, I mean, there was a lot of vendors on today, right, walking through their solutions. As you can see from the logos on the right, we work with all of them, and some of them aren't even on there that we actually work with. We're standard NFS S3 protocols, and really what we're trying to highlight here is we're changing the perceptions, right? Outside of just scale, right? I mean, if you think about it for a minute, backup is getting more and more complex as we go ahead and we work through the backup ecosystem. I want to simplify my back end, my storage, my management of that system so that I don't have isolations or pools of storage that I have to go figure out and try to scale as my data continues to grow, right? That integration we have is with all the vendors we see on the slide here, and speed, right? I will be the only vendor that will come and tell you that when you back up to VAST, I will guarantee you can recover faster, right? We can actually restore data faster out of our system than we can put it in, right? And that's magnitude's different, right? We will be 50 times faster than anybody else in the market when it comes to recovering our data, any piece of that data that you've actually backed up into the backup environment and is stored on a VAST system. The efficiency, right? It's unprecedented, right? Typically when you deal with a back-end storage that you're writing backup data to, they either want you to turn on dedupe and compression for the array by itself so that they can store and be optimizing what's actually coming in. We actually take a different approach. We can give you that flexibility to be able to keep your backup software's deduplication on, and then what we will use is adaptive chunking and variable segments, right, inclusive of similarity hashing that will give us even more efficiency when storing data. So you can actually back up data, say, with a backup software Commvault, get 3-to-1 dedupe on your first pass backup, and we'll get another 1.5, 1.8, or 2-to-1 reduction on top of that, right? We also play within the mainframe space with our partners Model 9 and Luminex, and protection, right? When we start looking at this, yes, we need indestructible snaps, we need replication, we need resiliency, and we also need the ability to have those multiple nines of stability. And as our system grows, those number of nines continue to increase from a reliability and a resilience perspective. Now, when we go and we look at protecting backups, and Jeff talked a little bit about, it's no longer just eject a tape and it's protected, right? We look at a couple things. First thing we'll look at is S3 object lock. Now, we can do this on the VAST system itself, right, where we can go ahead and create object lock with governance and or compliance mode set. So as objects come into the system, they are set and locked and not changeable. We also have the ability to go ahead and integrate this with some of our backup vendors, right? So now from a data protection perspective, we can create the S3 bucket, and our backup vendors will actually go ahead, like Commvault and others, be able to come in and take S3, right, and write to us via S3, and they can control the locking and the pruning on the back end, right? We also have that flexibility with indestructible snapshots, and I can use them together. So I not only can use S3 object lock, but I can also create snapshots on those object locks, and giving me that capability now to do a belts and suspenders like approach when it comes to the bad actor in the scenario that may have gotten into my backup software, but now I'm actually doing indestructible snapshots to keep them from deleting things in the back end. And on the right, you'll see network segmentation and air gap. I have the flexibility, and we could go into a lot of detail with our physical architecture, but the way in which it's set is, Jeff said it best, we have a disaggregated share everything architecture. But we also have the ability on the front end to pool off those systems and give different views and different access to the data below it. By doing this, I now can create a system that can be leveraged for my clean room. It will dedupe against itself and give me that flexibility to go ahead and create an air gap solution by a network segmentation and so on, where I can push that into another environment, read, scan, and go ahead and validate that everything's up, running, and functioning without touching any of the production side of my data. When I then go ahead and look at the actual testing of a solution, right, we're looking at things like instant operations, right? I want to test often. I want to make sure that I have the ability to bring things on and go ahead and restore certain key pieces of data. Well, with VAS, remember I told you it's the fastest recovery product in the market. It also has the ability to do things in place, meaning I don't need to have another space to run my validations. I can run them right off of the VAS system to test, validate, scan, and run my backup application scans straight from the VAS system, right? I have ransomware scans. Now with the speed in which I can read the data in its native format, I could actually scan my backup data and not have to choose subsets of that data to go ahead and test, validate, and scan. I have the ability now to make sure that I can scan everything within my estate, not just portions of it. And then recover in place, right? I have the ability to recover in place. Most often when you have a cyber attack, you're still trying to fix your primary storage arrays, but you need something at performance and at scale to be able to start recovering and bringing your business back online. With VAS, we have that capability to restore in place without moving any data and still give you the performance back, and do this at an unparalleled level, in that it's not just about bringing on VMs and turning them on. It's actually running I/O and working through those capabilities. Now, we talk a lot about scale, we talk a lot about size, and I want to leave you more with a picture of what that would look like, right? So on the next slide here, we have, let's take 5 petabytes of usable capacity, right? When we go ahead and we look at that, I'm looking right now at about a half rack used of space, right? This is a VAS 4x5. Okay, I have the capability to go ahead and look at the space, power, and cooling associated with it, which is going to be smaller than anything else in the market based on this dense form factor. If we assume that we can get 1.5 to 1, we're looking at, just under 10 petabytes of effective capacity. If we get 3 to 1 from our backup and 2 to 1 from VAS, which is typically what we see, now you're looking at a half rack holding 4.8 petabytes of data, right? If we look at the backup performance, we're looking at 73 terabytes an hour for backup and 54 terabytes an hour for restore. And I apologize, the slide on the right where it says 4.97, those are supposed to be petabytes, not terabytes. There's a typo on the slide. And I also threw in the backup performance and recovery performance. I put in the gigs a second. And really, that's going to help you truly understand when you do things for live recovery or instant access running off of the system. Now you're looking at the throughputs that you can see from an I/O generation perspective on that back end to run your production applications, right? This is something that is unparalleled from a performance perspective and giving you that capability to use a primary storage all-flash array that you would expect to run your mission-critical applications on, Now we're using it for data protection with zero compromise. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually, I want to highlight a little. I want to highlight a little bit in terms of why you would do that, right? So from a flash perspective, most backup admins go, hey, I know this is too expensive. I can't afford to do this, right? And as Mike pointed out, our deduplication capabilities does change the economics of the solution. But I also, if you think about where we're highlighting here on this previous slide, the idea that you can actually run backups and run your production environment in parallel on the same solution at really no storage cost, right? So the ability for us to deduplicate the data between the backup environment and the production systems you'd be running, not permanently, right? Again, we don't recommend you run production and backup on the same cluster if you can avoid that. But in the event of an attack, the idea there is you might not be able to recover this back to your primary systems because they're going through forensics, or you don't know what's been corrupted and where people, these hackers may still live. So being able to segregate the data, run it on the same platform, give full access and full performance to that really does differentiate us in the backup space, right? There's no other solution out there today that can make that claim. And it does actually create a different use case around this because you can actually make sure as part of that testing that you can access your data. You can spin it up live, whether it's through your backup application using a live mount or an instant recovery functionality, or actually using some other tool to store that data in native format. You have lots of flexibility with our architecture and our performance that allows you to really think about protecting and recovering the data from a different angle. So I just wanted to highlight that again, because I think that's really a key message here that we wanted to reinforce as we go through this. So with that, I think, curious if there are any questions out there. I don't see any in the chat.
Yeah, we got a lot of good questions. Now I'm going to move the slide over. Yeah, we're ready to jump in. I'm going to move the slide over to a poll, though, because we do want to ask the audience here what additional information they would like to get about the VAST data solution. So, we breezed through a lot of information, and all of you have taken in so much today. There is so much information coming your way, and no matter how interesting and exciting it is, and it is, you're not going to remember it all. You just won't. So click on the, now I feel like you're out there going, challenge accepted, Jess. But don't write me essays and reports on everything you learned today. Instead, click on the poll and let the team know how they can follow up with you, what information would be helpful to jog that memory later and remind you of all the cool stuff that we were just hearing about. So while you guys are doing that, we are going to jump into some questions. You guys ready for some Q&A?
Yes,
definitely.
Do it.
Let's do it. All right. Do I need to do anything special or specific with my Commvault environment to take advantage of VAST?
I can take this one, Jeff. So there's absolutely nothing you need to do that's unique or modifies your environment. The value you're going to get out of that is I'm simply going to point it to a new S3 bucket and a new location that I'm backing up to. The value you'll get, though, operationally, is that moving forward, as you grow or lock DDBs and so on within that Commvault environment, there's no space or overhead penalty on your back-end storage system. So now you'll have the flexibility to go ahead and make modifications and changes that necessarily you weren't able to make in the past without chewing up more space as you seal that DDB. And try to free up some of the object lock and let that stuff age out.
That's interesting. And you mentioned the economic impact a little bit before as well. Is that, this question has come up a few times today with folks kind of saying, how do I pitch this? How do I bring this to my leadership team? What's the key differentiator that I'm using to say this is why this is the solution for us? Is it, would you say that's economic, or what would be the kind of key thing that you would say is what everyone should be running to their leadership team to say, this is why we need to go with VAST?
So I always start.
It's go ahead, Mike.
No,
so I like this one because, again, I'm old. So if you think back to where data domain was in kind of the mid-2000s, and I know, Mike, you got some personal experience there as well, they did a really good job of shifting people from tape to disk. They solved the problem of being able to back up data efficiently and store it on disk with deduplication, right? Deduplication made it viable for them to do that. We are now 20 years later doing the exact same thing for flash, right? So from an economics perspective, deduplication is a big piece of that. But now the question is, what else do we have to go and talk about, right? Because ultimately, most CIOs won't pay a premium for restoring data faster. So when we talk about how we help our customers and how we help position that, it really is, what use case are you trying to solve for? If you are trying to solve for backup and restore from 15 years ago, where I wanted to recover one system, one file, one database, okay, there's probably other solutions out there that might make sense. But the reality is, today's world is you're planning for worst case scenario, recovering lots of systems in parallel, because ransomware functions differently than, oh, hey, I accidentally deleted some email, or I deleted that table space, can you restore it for me? That's the world we live in today, which is being able to recover lots of data in parallel. VAST does that. But now you take it beyond just, hey, it's also backup, or it just does backup and recovery, and to be able to say, okay, we've got some additional things in the bag that allow us to think about VAST as something else, right? Being able to run in systems during a recovery scenario where you're, again, everything's down, you don't want to put data back to where it came from originally because you just don't know what type of security breaches are there. Now you can isolate it on the VAST system and run it there in the meantime. Therefore, you're not out of business for days or weeks. You're out of business for seconds and minutes as you get things back up and running and reconnect the network. It's a very different story that we are able to tell to leadership out there because of that approach. So, Mike, I know I talked over you. Anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, that was great, Jeff. I mean, it's both that value of recovery, the scalability of it, manageability too, right? I mean, if you look at systems that have a ceiling on how big they can grow, which ours does not, it means I'm bringing another device within my environment, which is another thing to manage, and it's an isolated pool in most cases, right? So the more pools that I have of isolated storage that I'm actually writing to for backup, it's more things that I have to ship backups between, determine which clients get backed up where, and also make sure that my admins, which we know they're all the best in the business, right? But my admins have set up all those systems correctly each time they set up a new system.
All right. Well, I think you've given everyone out there a lot of good arguments to bring to their team. So that at least makes it an easy pitch, an easy yes. I'm going to sneak in one more question here from our audience. When you say you scan for ransomware, what criteria do you use to scan something that fits the definition of ransomware?
So for that, we're going to leverage our third-party backup software, the vendors that I showed on the earlier slide that are writing to us. Commvault has a great solution for that. Veeam has a great solution for that. And they use their ransomware capability we have the capability to allow them, since they're writing to us in their native format, to scan us for that. It's not something native to VAST today. You'll see some things from VAST in the near future where we'll make that easier for those third-party backup vendors to go ahead and scan and look at things like taking the data that they've written to us in a natural database-like look and feel, and us to be able to provide them the information they're looking for so they know where to target their scans as well.
Perfect.
Yeah, to expand on that.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Most of those solutions today have a sampling approach, right? Because they know the data is being stored on a slower platform, whether it's, deduplicated data on spinning disk or whatnot. They do a sampling set, right? So the reality is maybe they sample 10%, 20%, 30%. That means there's a lot of data they aren't actually looking at. With VAST, because we're able to read data so quickly, they can actually scan the entire data set. So we eliminated that sample and the kind of the exposure that comes with that sample because of our architecture.
Amazing. Okay. Well, I wish we could keep going because there's obviously lots more to dig into here, but I think we're going to have to leave it. Before I let you guys go, though, for somebody out there that is really excited, that does want to jump in with VAST, what do you recommend as that first step to exploring the VAST data solution? You know what?
Go,
I'll kick
do.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Jeff, you say something first.
Yeah, of course. So I think the best place to go actually is on our website. We actually have live people monitoring the chat. So and actually they have connections to pretty much everyone in the company. So if there's questions you have, we're always available there to answer any of the questions and provide any information you might need from us.
Amazing. Anything else you want to add?
No, thank you very much for the time today. This was a great event.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank
It's been
you.
a
Really
lot
do
of fun.
appreciate it.
And yeah, I appreciate you guys being here right at the end. As I said, I know it's been a long day and there's a lot to cover, and it's really nice to get to end with a really intricate discussion. So I appreciate you guys bringing that to us, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
And to everyone out there who asked a question, I do want to let you know, I know there were some questions that we didn't get to. Do not worry. We will make sure that those go to the VAST Data team, so you will get some responses back. I will also encourage you to click on the handout. If you haven't already done that, please do click. I mean, right now you should be clicking on all the handouts furiously. Make sure that you've got everything kind of downloaded and saved for after we wrap, because you're going to want to go back and explore. But if you click on that VAST Data link, you can download a PDF on universal storage for enterprise backup and rapid recovery, and really kind of digging into the key benefits of VAST Data. So this is a great follow-up to what we just dug into, a really great read to have for later. And again, in line with kind of bringing those to your teams, this is a great place to start. So be sure you've got that downloaded and saved. While you're clicking on the poll and downloading that handout, I'm going to go ahead and give away our last prizes here. So we have two prizes to give away. One is a $300 Amazon gift card, and the other one is a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. So these two prizes, first and foremost, I will remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. And our last $300 Amazon gift card is going to James Whitman of North Carolina. James Whitman of North Carolina, congratulations on your $300 Amazon gift card. And our final winner of the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 is Lancelot Jennings of Texas. I love your name, Lancelot. Lancelot Jennings of Texas, you have won a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. I don't think I've actually met a Lancelot in real life. We have an Ann Shirley who comes to a lot of these webinars, which I also, my Lucy Maud Montgomery loving soul appreciates that literary reference. All right, I will read the entire prize list as always. So, gift card going to Kirk Price of Illinois, to Amir Karim of Washington, a gift card going to Ron Ravella of California, and then a Microsoft Surface Pro going to Josh Hale of Oregon. A gift card going to Stephen Kreider of Missouri, to Alan McClellan of Tennessee, and to Scott Dean of Missouri. And then a Microsoft Surface Pro 9 going to Ricky Hudson of Arkansas. A gift card going to Larry Renton of Illinois, as well as Kevin Hanlon of California. A final gift card going to James Whitman of North Carolina, and then our last grand prize going to Lancelot Jennings of Texas. And that is our prize list, folks. Those are all the lucky winners. We will be following up with all of them after we wrap. We will also be following up with that best question gift card. So if you asked a question today, you are entered to win, and we will follow up and let you know if you have won that prize. All right. Well, with that, if you are hanging out on the webinar today and thinking to yourself, boy, this seems like fun. I'd like to hang out with Scott. I like Jess. Cool. We'd like to hang out with you too. So all you need to do to make that happen is send an email to connect@actualtechmedia.com and let us know that you're interested in presenting on a future summit, an EcoCast, a MegaCast, a webinar, a panelcast, a democast, you name it. We've got it. Come join us for those awesome conversations. And that's going to bring us home today, folks. Wrapping it all up, I want to say a big thank you to our giant list of sponsors. Boy, did we have an all-star crew with us here today, and it has been so much fun talking with speakers from TierPoint and Zerto, Synology, Veeam, Rubrik, Metallica, Commvault Venture, Recovery Point, Pure Storage, Haiku, Cohesity, and Vast Data. Woo! That's a long list of amazing people, and a big thank you to all of our speakers for making this possible. On that note, a giant thank you to all of you. And I am seeing some questions come in. Oh, Dean, you were asking about the best question prize. We follow up with you after we wrap. We look over all the questions, and then we will respond and let you know that if you've won that. So we just take some time to make sure that we're looking at those after we wrap. Alan and Dean, I also see some big thank yous from all of you, and I appreciate that. It really does make a big difference when we have an awesome and interactive and engaged crowd like we've had with us here today. The questions today were spectacular. The competition for that best question gift card is going to be fierce because all of you were engaged and on point and interactive, and I love that. And that is absolutely, I said this at the top, that is the best part. That is why we are here, is to share our experiences, share our knowledge set, share our struggles, and learn from one another, and dig into these things together. Get to know these best practices and develop these best practices, because those are evolving. It's not a set it and forget it kind of thing, right? The best practice that we had 5 years ago is not the same as the best practice that we have today, for the most part anyways. So, and it probably won't be the same in a few years down the line. So that's why we keep checking in. That's why we keep taking the time to learn from each other. And that's why I'm so glad that all of you came to spend time with us today. Now, I also want to invite you to come join us tomorrow morning, depending on what you've got planned for your Friday morning. Why not hang out with myself? We actually are having a pretty fun day planned tomorrow. So come join us for this panel cast. We're going to be talking about identity security, what it is, and why you need it. Now, this is something, we get a lot of questions about. It's words that you hear, but do you actually understand what identity security is? So come join us tomorrow. It's going to be a really fun discussion. We might have some guest stars on, some familiar faces. I'll just tease you. David Davis might be joining us. So some really great discussions happening tomorrow, and I know you're going to want to join in. That's Friday, May 12th, 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and I hope that we will see you all there. Either way, whether it's a panel cast, a demo cast, a summit, an EcoCast, a MegaCast, whatever you have, I hope that I will get to see you all again soon. And until then, I hope you have an absolutely beautiful end to your day.